president's office. The economists will correct me if I'm wrong, but the parish development model is an animal that we must pay attention to. And who else to make a presentation than the man coordinating its execution around the country? Let's put our hands together and energize the Honorable Dennis Galavuzi, the coordinator. You're most welcome. Instead of 30 minutes, if you do 20, we shall be happy. Thank you.
I reject that. I know you're part of the organizers, but 30 minutes to discuss such an important topic is really a tall order. So good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I've already been introduced. Galavuzi Sozi Dennis is my name. I'm an engineer by profession. I actually find myself almost misplaced talking about economics. But I think it is a passion and something that I've grown to love. Something very practical, so it's quite easy to follow and pull through. So before I begin the presentation, I wanted to make a small comment about Andrew's presentation. Now, Andrew, I am pleasantly surprised that you're actually an ardent believer in the mixed ideological approach. At one time, I thought you were a purely capitalist and a far leftist. Far rightist, and I'm pleasantly surprised. You know, I always argue that there is no way you can wish away the state in the affairs of governance, most especially economic governance, because there are certain particular sectors that really require the state's involvement. And you mentioned some of them: electricity, water, and something that has come up that is taking a big chunk of global economics, that is the telecos and IT. One time I asked someone whether we can survive a day if, say, for example, MTN and Airtel close shop today. I think half of the economy can collapse. The banking sector would collapse because of data. Communication would go out. And these are private companies. More so, they are foreign companies. So if they decided to close shop, we can really be in problems. So I think state, most especially with utilities, the basic utilities, we need the state involved, and probably even be part of the competing business owners in these particular sectors. So I am pleasantly surprised. Now, my presentation is not going to be very long. I don't know, you've given me 25 minutes, but it is not really going to work for me. Because I can see most of the people here I'm looking at, I have never addressed. And there's been a lot of controversy out there in the public about the parish development model, its intentions, and whether they can be any success. I believe most of you look at the parish development model as a political tool for, you know, for politicking and political expedience. But of course, it was well crafted, and it has some rooting in the historical mission of the NRM and Musevenomics. So I will quickly go through it. My presentation is going to be in three segments. The first segment is I will give you a historical background of what His Excellency thought about, and his idea about the parish development model, and how it's going to transform our people. And then secondly, I will just give you a brief of what we have gone through as the implementers of the parish development model, where we are and where we want to go. And then finally, I will talk about it. I will summarize it in the terms of Musevenomics as it is and put it in context. So, I don't know, I can't control the slides because I want to go through them very quickly. So I'll just give you a brief overview of what the PDM is. So the PDM is a strategy of government of Uganda for accelerating wealth creation and improving the quality of life of Ugandans by delivering services closer to the citizens. The easiest way to explain this, this particular slide, I like using the analogy of the aircraft and flying. That when you are in an airplane, I'm very sure most of you have traveled by air, that when you're in an airplane and you're high up there, high altitude, it's very easy or very difficult to know what is on ground. Everything down while you're 30,000 feet above looks glossy and looks beautiful. Until you get closer to the ground is when you will start now seeing the dirt and the chaff on the ground. So when you're out there, you're looking at the beautiful ocean, looking at greenery. More so if you're up there and it's at night, you're looking at very beautiful lights, streets well lit, until you get down close. That's when you will now start looking at it in a different perspective. So the parish model is conceptualized around that particular analogy, that get services closer to the people and have the parish as the epicenter for planning, budgeting, and service delivery. Because, as you know, the administrative units we have today, the last of the administrative units we have in Uganda today is the parish. So His Excellency thought it wise that we can have the epicenter of this planning and implementation of the service delivery at the parish. So the goal, of course, is to increase household incomes and improve the quality of life. Now, I'm going to give you a small background. That is just the introduction of it, but I'm going to give you a small background. Mister, I think you'll be in class, the one controlling. So, we have two, I'm going to talk about it in two segments, the background. One is the leadership perspective and the NRM ideology. Now, His Excellency keeps on telling us, I didn't tell you what I usually do or what I do for a living. Apart from being an engineer, I'm also a politician, and I have represented my people in Parliament. I was also a minister in the last Chisanja. Now, His Excellency has always told us, most especially leaders, that any serious leader or leadership must diagnose the problems of society, have an ideology, strategy, and plan of execution of that strategy, and for the sole purpose of solving the problems and achieving the mission objective. That is the sole purpose of leadership. Now, what is the mission objective? The mission objective, and he has always echoed it quite a number of times, and this is very important for you to know because it's the background of it all, is the historical mission of the NRM, which started way back after diagnosing the problems that the society is facing. And they are prosperity, strategic security, and African brotherhood. I don't want to get into the details of that, but I'm just giving you a background. Now, the president, of course, started working on this particular mission way back in 1965. I will also not get into the nitty-gritty of that, but for those who have been following his speeches, and a number of them have been consolidated in that Musevenomics pamphlets. Part of the speeches talk about his experience and conviction on transforming the nomadic society, the nomadic community in Western Uganda, transforming them into a modern society, because there were pastoralists moving all over the place and living subsistently. So the only way he could do it at that particular time is to try as much as possible to get their mindsets off nomadism and get into commercial agriculture or commercial animal rearing. So that, of course, was informed by a number of things. His Excellency is quite a scholar. He's quite a scholar, and he is he likes giving examples of economic theories. And I think Dr. Muhumuza, you talked about that at length, the different economic theories. But I also want to give you a background, in the next slide. I want to give you a background and the historical context of the social classes that he keeps on talking about. Now, I'll give it to you in two forms. One is comparative, that is Europe and Africa. Now, the historical context of Europe in social classes is well articulated there. Number one is we have to understand how Europe transformed and the journey they went through. Europe went through 4 stages of its transformation. Of course, in the 9th to the 15th century, which was feudalism, we went through that as well in Africa. Then Renaissance, which was the rise of the merchant class via trade and colonialism. And many people don't understand why colonialism came to exist. Andrew Mwenda talked about it. It was basically to expand trade and the international trade that we're talking about today. It was to expand trade and look for resources. So colonialism and slave trade were just results of international economics at that particular time. But of course, it was exploitational. But in this particular case, what we want to understand is that that was the rise of the merchant class. And this was the beginning of the evolution of the social classes in Europe. And of course, right up to today, which is the post-industrial era, which is now service-based. It's a service-based economy and the rise of technology and the welfare state. So that is Europe. Now, when you look at Africa, in the context of Africa, we had the pre-colonial era, where we had communal economies and trade-oriented city-states, the Timbuktus and all these states that you remember in history. You know, we studied history, but we didn't know why and how it would help us in future. But if I remember very well in West African history, which I didn't do so well, I remember things like Timbuktu and this very rich man, Mansa Musa, Sundiata, and all those fellows. But that was the pre-colonial era, and that was the economic situation in Africa then. Of course, then there was the colonial era, which disrupted that indigenous system, and forced labor and class hierarchies now, of course, started emerging during that era. Then there was the post-independence era and the emergence of political elites and informal economies. Now, that is what Andrew Mwenda was talking about. Now, the post-colonial era, the political elite at that particular time really put us in a lot of trouble. And they distorted the evolution at that particular time. Now, for example, like Idi Amin and the expulsion of Indians and the Asian business community, many of us look at it as a good thing. Well, it could have its pros, but there were more of cons. Because the people who took over the economy at that particular time, for those of you who are old enough, were the so-called mafuta mingi, where shops along Kampala Road were just given out democratically. You have this one, you have this one, cronies and friends. Now, that killed the entrepreneurial class in Uganda. Now, we had the political elite and the connected taking over the economy of Uganda without any experience in business or entrepreneurship. So that was the collapse of the entrepreneurial class. And that left a gap. So we now ended up with two classes, the political class and the poor, the peasants. So today, with the contemporary trends, we are seeing a growth of the middle class, but a very weak industrial base. Now, what does this mean? It means that we have an emergence of a pseudo middle class, a pseudo entrepreneurial class, which one can say are wealth creators. But these wealth creators are not creating enough jobs to create another class of workers, which the sum total of the two is the middle class, what we call the middle class. Because His Excellency and his definition of socio-economic transformation is to see that we eliminate peasantry and we eliminate those that are entirely dependent on others in economic terms. So the creation of an entrepreneurial class, the middle class, an upper class and the middle class, is what socio-economic transformation, the socio-economic transformation that His Excellency is talking about. Now, to achieve that, there are so many things we have to do. So I want you to go to slide 8. Slide 8. Because Odongtho told me to go through this very quickly, I have to really move fast. So, fast forward to today. I've just given you a historical background. Fast forward to today. Like I said, there is a historical mission, then there is an ideology, then a strategy, then a plan of execution of that said strategy, and then you will realize the transformation we are talking about. So, with the historical mission already having been clearly stated, we then now move to what he called the NRM ideology. And His Excellency has articulated this quite well in a number of fora. That the 4 principles of our ideology as NRM, I'm now a technical person, I'm not supposed to say our ideology as NRM, but I've told you, I've given you a background of what I am. I'm a politician and I subscribe to the NRM government. So, the 4 principles, or the 4 pillars of patriotism, Pan-Africanism, socio-economic transformation, and democracy. We all know why Pan-Africanism, we all know why patriotism, we all know why democracy, but now we have to understand more of socio-economic transformation. Now, strategy of principle 3, now we are talking about the strategies. We have left out the ideology, now we are looking at the strategy. Strategy of principle number 3 of socio-economic transformation lies within the prioritization of 4 sectors, because as we know, you can't spread everywhere and you think you will have any effect on whatever objective you want to achieve. So, the 4 sectors that will quickly cause that socio-economic transformation, in the opinion of His Excellency, well-researched opinion of His Excellency, is 1, commercial agriculture, because we are predominantly agrarian. 2 is industrialization. 3 is ICT as an enabler of all these others, and of course the services. Now the services, of course, now we have now broken it down even further. I think the PSST will be presenting that into the ATMs, that is agro-industrialization, tourism, mineral extraction, and science and technology. So, to advance principle number 3 of socio-economic transformation, we have to prioritize those 4 sectors. And PDM is one of the strategies to deliver on commercial agriculture. Now, the next slide. So, given that over 68%, like I said, we are predominantly agrarian, depending on agriculture directly on and off farm, the PDM advances this principle of socio-economic transformation, coupled with advancing the sector of commercial agriculture. For these 39%, of course, now with the newest census, it is now 33% of Ugandan households that are still under subsistence economy. Remember, I want you to remember that the mission, the historical mission of prosperity is hinged on socio-economic transformation. Okay? And I've given you a background of how Europe went through it by reduction or practically eliminating the peasantry class. So you make sure that you have as few, if not none, existent peasantry class. And the peasantry class is predominantly made up of subsistence households. Those who are not anywhere in the money economy. They are just dependents on the taxpayer, of which they are not. And the bulge of this problem is within the youth. And Uganda's demographics can speak for itself. We have more dependents than people who are working, actually. 51% of our population is below the age of 16, not even 18, 16, 51%. So the chunk of it is dependent. But even that 49% that we're talking about that can be productive is not productive, it's living subsistently. So His Excellency is saying the only way we can achieve that historical mission of prosperity is having an ideological footing on socio-economic transformation through the strategy of prioritizing the 4 sectors and the plan of execution of that, that strategy is PDM to advance commercial agriculture. I don't know where we are now following. So the next one is we look at the endless opportunities of Uganda. One, like I've said, youngest population, one of the fastest growing and youngest population in the world, with an estimated median age of 16, like I said. Now, that is something that we should be looking at as a dividend that we can get. Once we invest right today, we invest the right policies, we invest in the right policies, we can achieve a dividend from this demographic. Because all these people are, of course, going to grow. And our mortality rate has, of course, gone so high, gone so low, and people rarely live long. So if we can tap into this 51% in 16 years, they will all be of age. In just 15, 16 years, they will be of age to be productive. But what foundation have we set on, what policies have we set as government to make sure that they tap into, so that they can find a well grounded premise from which they can thrive. Now, the other opportunity in Uganda is that 68% is in agriculture. Now, very many people have there's this school of thought, they say for any socio-economic transformation to happen and for a country to be a modern country, then we should move more away from the agrarian system towards the service industry. And it was like that in Europe, and everyone thinks that we should follow that blueprint, that get out of agriculture, get into services. More into services, that is industrialization and these other services. You know, we don't have to copy and paste everything that we read or benchmark out there. These economies we're talking about that were transiting from agrarian to the services didn't have a peculiar advantage they didn't have a peculiar advantage in the agriculture sector. Their weather and their conditions are not very conducive for agriculture. Here in Uganda and East Africa, we have that peculiar advantage, and we should harness it and really reap out of it. So, knowing very well that 68% are in agriculture, we need to put a little more effort there, commercialize it so that incomes, and most of these people in the 68% get into the financial realm of our economy, because most of them are subsistent. They just live for the stomach only. So get them into the money economy, get them involved in the financial realm of our economy. Then, of course, the high rate of urbanization, it is a good thing. It is a good thing. I'll tell you, in Europe, I think in the Industrial Revolution, the British, most especially, had a very interesting approach to their problem. You know, there were landlords, and it was basically made up of three sections of the society. One, the feudalists, that's the king and the aristocracy. Then the landlords, the ones who owned the factors of production, and then the serfs, who were basically the peasants. Now, the serfs, unfortunately, I don't know, and poor people, I think the poor people have a tendency of multiplication. I think in their free time when they are doing nothing, they only think about multiplication. So the serfs were becoming an overburden on the land, and they were going to become a very big problem. And those with history, if you remember very well, the Lumpenproletariat uprisings were all caused because of the bulge of the peasantry class, and they felt that the landlords and the feudalists were taking advantage of them. So what the British did in the Industrial Revolution, just after, Renaissance and Industrial Revolution, they created satellite cities. They created an environment which was very conducive for rural-urban migration. Now, those conditions and the cities had incentives to drive people out of the villages. Things like jobs, industrialization, putting up industries, and they needed, of course, the labor, free education, and quite a number of incentives that drove people out of the areas. But of course, it did two things. The first thing is that it freed the land of the landlords so that they can engage in commercial agriculture. But it also had a political connotation to it, that you're going to make these people busy and live in a life that is pseudo-equal, and there will not be any political uprising. Now, they consolidated that by even legislating it and creating in their legislature two houses. And I hear people talking about, you see, we should go this way, we should go this way, upper house, lower house. You don't know why they did that. They did that because the landlords, the lords, the House of Lords, which is the upper house, is there to make sure that the House of Commons does not make mistakes that are going to interfere with their what? With their prosperity, or to make sure that their existence is sustainable. So they created the lower house. Now, the lower house and the other so-called middle class that had been created out of the Industrial Revolution was given other incentives. They created a schooling system where, like schools in Europe, like the Harrows, where they have, it's the lords and the chiefs, the kids of the chiefs who go there, and then these public schools where these other people go. Those incentives, where that free education was, those incentives even went into the legislation, where when they created that House of Commons, they felt the part of decision making. But all of it was to enforce, or rather to activate and reactivate all the intentions of that evolution, that social class evolution, and to consolidate it for, of course, prosperity. Now, of course, the other advantage we have is arable land. Now, His Excellency keeps on talking about this, and this is also part of the Musevenomics. We have a lot of arable land. Now, the intention is to create jobs, but also to create wealth. He has given an example. One time he talked about creating 70 million jobs in Uganda and said there are actually 70 million jobs. Today, we're actually calculating it at 105 million jobs, bigger than the population of Uganda. And he has given this example quite a number of times, and people don't understand it very well. You know, at one time, when the colonialists introduced the cash crops, the so-called cash crops, there was a problem of labor in Uganda. That's how the Congolese and the Burundians and the Rwandese came into Uganda for labor. There was a problem. There weren't enough jobs. I mean, there weren't enough people for the jobs that were there in Uganda. This can actually also be done here. If you, and he gives this example, with the arable land, if Nyakana of Rengaju in Fort Poto can create 15 jobs on 1.2 acres, 15 jobs on 1.2 acres, and you look at the arable land we have, if each acre, or even the 4-acre model, can produce 15 jobs, Uganda would be capable of employing 105 million Ugandans. Now, that is creation of a lower middle class, the workers, the proletariat, together with wealth creators like the Nyakanas. That is the process we are talking about of socio-economic transformation. Now, of course, we have favorable climate, security, stable and growing economy, petroleum resources, but one of the biggest is the insatiable regional market. Today, East African community has Congo. I think the total population of the East African community today, Honorable Paul Cole, usually a man of numbers, I've forgotten that figure, but I think we are talking about 300 million? 300 and? Yes, about 300 million. That is quite a big market. But the problem is, do we have effective demand? When you have the biggest of your population, not in the money economy, then there will be a problem of effective demand. Now, create that demand, create that purchase power, and you will see how insatiable the regional market is. Now, what is the problem? Now, the problem, Chief, where is that gentleman? He has moved? Oh, okay. So, we have that problem. We still have the 33%, like we're saying, because we want to eliminate or at least reduce that number. And this can be attributed to many factors. But in context, the agriculture sector we are talking about, in my opinion, there are three major factors. One is low or no production. My mother here, Honorable Victoria Sechitoliko, has articulated this quite a number of times, that what are the figures of production? She has always articulated that. But what causes that? It is due to lack of some factors of production. When I did my little commerce, I did commerce at O level. After O level, I decided to go to sciences. Now, when I was doing commerce with that OB of mine, engineer Tony Mugenyi behind there from Ministry of Works, you remember very well in our days, they used to call them the three factors of production: land, labor, and capital. Of course, of late, I'm hearing entrepreneurship, then there is knowledge, then there is market. So it's quite a number of things. Technology, there are many factors of production. But one of the biggest, when we're studying our commerce, when you talk, land is finite, of course. But like we said, there is a lot of arable land in Uganda. No production on it. When you take that road, I come from Masulita. I shudder in so much disappointment when I'm moving on either side of the road. You know those Bukayinja Sew. You find, and moreover in a bush. No production, and the fellow is there crying and saying to Saba government to Yambe. there is a problem there. But when you ask them, and when I was during my campaigns, I would ask them, what is the problem? Where is the problem? You say, the Twina capital. It is that kind of thing they always talk about capital. Now, for me, I see capital in two ways. One is the monetary capital, that is credit. But also, there is what they call the asset capital, the things that enable you to work. Capital is basically something that will enable you to work. Things like machinery and all these other kinds of things, storage, all that is capital. But the biggest of it all was credit. Now, everyone talks about credit and expensive credit. So that is one of the factors that hinder our commercialization drive. Secondly, is low productivity due to poor agronomic practices, lack of good inputs, quality inputs, supply of quality inputs. The supply chain is broken. There is a problem there. Then, of course, lack of commercialization of the agricultural activities. Now, most people get into agriculture without an entrepreneurial business model. Now, that is also a very big problem. So, once we identified those three, we now were comfortable to see how we are going to move forward. The next slide. Who is on that computer behind there? Not Mission Command, the one before. So, I think let me just talk because people are not concentrating out there. Okay, so the background summary. The background summary is well articulated there. I've been told that someone has to give a quick presentation. Then I'll come back later because now the last segment of my presentation is basically what we have done and way forward. It's going to be a little shorter. I wanted to give you the background so that you can understand exactly why PDM. Many people had not understood the concept of why we decided to implement the PDM. So the summary of the background is that from an NRM ideological point of view and His Excellency's intent for socio-economic transformation encompasses what we talked about, the concept of the social classes, the need to eliminate peasantry, the four sectors that spur jobs and wealth creation, the factors of production, and the need to build critical mass of wealth creators and workers, among others. Now, once we have that set out, then the journey of socio-economic transformation can shoot. Now, the next part of the presentation will be what we have done. This is a background, it's so theoretical, and I'm very sure most of you are actually bored about that part. Now, what have we done, how have we done it, and where are we going? How are we going to achieve that particular objective? It will be very short, but it will be very insightful. So I think there will be another presenter to come up, and then I'll come back later. So thank you for now.
Let's give Honorable Galavuzi a better clap. I'll definitely invite you back because, like we said earlier, the PDM is a game changer, and it's certainly something we must take very seriously. We'll give you that those few minutes additional. For now, ladies and gentlemen, we have the PSST, Mr. Ramadan Gobi. He's going to make a presentation online. He's out of town, but scheduled to give us a presentation starting at 11. Technical team, he has been available on the side waiting. Technical team, is he ready? Hello? Mr. Ramadan, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Good. You can go on.
You can hear me.
We can all hear you well.
Very good. Thank you. Thank you very much. I'm happy to be able to reach all of you. I don't know whether you can allow me to share something or I speak off cuff. Either way, I'm good.
Please go. Either way, you are good.
All right. I wanted to speak about the economy, and of course, first of all, I would like to thank the team led by Edward Katende for the Musevenomics. That's the team at the UDF, and of course, the leadership behind it. I remember some years back when the UDF was being established, General Saleh played a key role in ensuring that it gets, kick-started. Now I can see the kind of conversations we are having. Kudos to all of them. I don't know who's in the room, of course, all the protocols. I respect all the leaders. I wanted to give you a few facts about the economy and where we are heading. Of course, about our strategy of growing the economy tenfold going forward, but also some of the key risks. Some of us are where we are sitting, which we are monitoring and ensuring that we address them. But I will start by reminding us about some key numbers. First of all, the growth. The economy is growing well. It has fully recovered. Last year, as you know, we grew by 6.1%. This year, we are projecting about 6.4%. And within the medium term, we are projecting a growth rate of about 7%. And all of this is before the oil revenues come in. With oil, we expect much faster growth. And then when you look at the stability of the macroeconomy, it's very stable thanks to the well-coordinated policies of the monetary and fiscal policy. I commend our colleagues at the central bank who have done a fantastic job of arresting the inflation. Inflation in Uganda is under arrest. This one I want to assure everybody. And we are projecting an average of about 3.6% this year. And we have had the Africa's second lowest inflation rate.
Hello?
In the past decade.
Mr. Ramadan, can I interrupt? Can I interrupt you a little? Can you accept the request on your phone as a panelist so that we can see you? So that you can also give us presentations if you have them. Accept as a panelist, not as a speaker on your phone.
I'm trying to see that I haven't seen the request. Where is the request?
Check on your phone, I think.
I'm there. Can they resend that request so that I can be able to?
We are coordinating
yes,
so that
now
we're trying to get them, the technical team, to do that.
All right. I think is that better now?
They have resent.
Can somebody confirm that now I can be seen?
Yes, from the technical desk, yes.
All right.
Continue talking, I think. You will have to multitask a little. Yes, we can see you. As the technical things are being worked out, I want to recognize the presence of the Bank of Uganda governor. Dr. Ting is in the house. Thank you very much. Ramadan, you are now okay.
I am now good. Thank you.
Good to go.
Thank you very much. I'll pick from where I stopped. I was talking about the macroeconomy, which is quite stable, the key numbers on the growth, but now also on the inflation. Inflation is under arrest. Sometimes we take for granted these things like inflation. I remember when I used to teach, I used to tell my students that some Ugandans sometimes, when we economists talk about things like GDP growth, inflation, and so on, some people ask, am I going to eat inflation? Am I going to eat GDP? Why don't you talk about the things which matter? You economists, I usually used to tell them that, yes, we eat GDP and we eat inflation, because if inflation increased rapidly as it did in a few years ago, you remember what used to happen. Everybody was uncomfortable because the prices of general merchandise and other services we consume, those prices increased. Therefore, having inflation which is below the target inflation of Uganda is 5%, but now we've had inflation, as I've told you, averaging 3.6% this year, and in the past decade, the average has been about 4.6%, which is the second lowest inflation rate after Mauritius. Only Mauritius in the entire Africa has had a relatively lower inflation than Uganda in the past decade. So that's the good work being done by the monetarists at the central bank, of course, led by, I heard that the governor is there, Michael, and his team doing a good job. We are working closely together on the fiscal side. We are doing our job of ensuring that the key drivers of inflation are kept under check, especially the production of food. And that's why we put money in PDM so that Ugandans can produce, even those Ugandans who are not in the production bracket can go and produce more food, because once you have food and also you have coffee to export and earn the foreign currency, and also you have the infrastructure in place, you have the stability in place, then you will have a general stability in the country. The currency itself is stable. The depreciation rate for Ugandan shilling has been only 3.2% per annum, and this makes Uganda's shilling the most stable currency in Africa in the past decade. The foreign direct investments are flowing in. We are having a FDI last year of $3.2 billion. We are projecting a much higher figure, as my minister will tell you in the few weeks to come when he's presenting the national budget. Tourist receipts have also been coming in over $1.4 billion and growing. Remittances from Ugandans who are working abroad have been also coming in about $1.3 billion and growing. Exports, we are now earning over $10.2 billion in terms of export receipts. And as a result of this, you'll find that our macroeconomy generally has been relatively stable, and the economy has recovered from the pandemic and all those other exogenous and endogenous factors which had caused a number of challenges in the past. And in these exports also, you'll find that our export basket is changing in Uganda. In the 1990s, coffee used to be the main export earner in Uganda, because about 64% of our foreign exchange used to come from coffee. And today, coffee is bringing in about 14%, just about 14% of our export receipts. This has been as a result of diversification, bringing in more goods that Uganda is exporting. Actually, Uganda, in the past 15 years, has added 31 new products to her export basket. And these products we are adding, the 31, are actually more complex products. Things like ceramics, things like veneer, things like processed and manufactured products like butter, soybean, pepper, and so on and so forth. 31 of them. So they are in agriculture, they are in stone, they are also in even more complex areas of manufacturing, of finance, and IT. So that's why you see that the economy stabilizes. When you over-rely on a commodity, one or two commodities, like some of our peers who have not diversified as fast, you'll find that once that product is hit by a shock, the economy will be in trouble. So Uganda compares very well amongst our peers in the region as far as export diversification is concerned. We have introduced 31 new products, as I've said, compared, for example, to Tanzania, which has managed to introduce 22 new products, Kenya 15 new products, and Rwanda 12 new products in the past 15 years. You can find this data from the Growth Lab, which is conducted at the Harvard University by a very wonderful professor, Ricardo Hausman. They track all countries, the economies of about 145 countries in the world, and Uganda is among them. So the point I wanted to make is that some of these things which we take for granted have not happened because of good luck, and they are not going to continue happening because of that, but because of deliberate policies and good leadership which has been put in place. As we all know, the president of Uganda is a very good economist. He has always promoted private sector, led economy. Before the late 1980s, you remember Uganda was a highly controlled economy. Very few markets were liberalized, if at all. We were controlling the goods market, we were controlling the money market, we were controlling the foreign exchange market, we were controlling the financial market, and as a result of that, all of these kind of things could not easily happen. That's why you had the exports as those CCC and then TTTs, and then when you look at the overall structure of the economy was overly commodity driven. We are still driven by commodities, but there has been tremendous diversification with the new products brought on board. I wanted just really to take note of that. Now, you'll find that we are not satisfied with what has happened, and the president challenged us last year by saying, how can we get the economy to grow much faster? And my team at the Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development, as well as our colleagues at the National Planning Authority, I gave them one task, the technical teams, to look at evidence-based ways of growing the economy beyond the rates which we have been putting in, because growth is very key in getting everything else in economics to work. You can't get poverty fall, you can't get the household incomes increase, you can't get jobs, you cannot get all those things which you are going to discuss in this conference and we continue to discuss. You will not even have democracy. You will not have working democracy if the economy is not working, if the economy is not growing. Because also researchers have found there is no country which has had a per capita income of over $60,500 per person and has suffered a reversal of democracy. It's not there. All countries whose per capita incomes are lower than 6,500, like ours, and many of these African economies are the countries which tend to suffer a lot of these questions we usually ask and run around. In well-working economies, people are busy doing other things. People are busy working in farms. People are busy enjoying their retirement and lives. But you see, people who are supposed to be in retirement in Africa, wherever, they are busy also asking questions because the economies are not working. That's why now we are concentrating, therefore, as a team that is working on economic management under NDP4, the National Development Plan 4. We've anchored it on a tenfold growth strategy. And the goal is simple, to make Uganda a $500 billion economy by 2040. And in order to do this, we have relied on 4 key areas, which we call the growth drivers. And we have summarized them as ATMs. ATMs, we all know ATM. We take an ATM card and slot it in a machine to get money. But you cannot get money where you do not sell the money in the machine. So our ATMs, there are 4 of them. Agro-industrialization, where we hope to build that sector, that value, a number of value chains in agro-industry, right from research to the market, and earn about $20 billion in the next 15 years. Then in tourism, we are looking at how do we really get this beautiful country of ours attract more tourism receipts by increasing the tourist inflows. We want to increase tourists who are coming into the country 5-fold under the current spend per tourist. But also we double the average time the tourists spend in Uganda so that we can make more money out of them. Our numbers, when they are modeled, indicate that tourism alone can fetch $50 billion for Uganda in the next 15 years. Then we have the mineral beneficiation, where we want to get our minerals commercialized. As you know, we have these minerals we all talk about. We are finalizing their quantification. We have been going around the world looking for partners who have money. For us, we have the minerals, but also they have those things they have. I found the Honorable Gala was talking about the factors of production. Uganda is a capital constrained country. We don't have enough money. We are also technology constrained. We don't have good technology. We are not efficient innovators. So what we need to do is to get those things we don't have and partner with those people who have them. And for us, we bring what we have, like minerals, the oil and gas and so on, and then we work out a mechanism in which we can exploit them. And that's why we are now very deliberate and serious on mineral beneficiation, iron ore. We want to build plants so that we can get our iron ore into steel products. And here we are projecting a value of about $25 billion by 2040. Then science, technology, and innovation, including the digital transformation, but also the creative industry. We have very creative population. The younger people of Uganda, very creative. Starting this coming financial year, we have put enough money in the budget to actually explore areas of supporting our innovators, but also the creatives. And we will see what's going to happen so that we can be able to multiply this area. We are going to use it as mainly multiplier. It's a new economy which we want to bring on so that on top of the coffee we are growing, the potatoes we are growing in southwestern Uganda, the tourism, the minerals we are having, we also add knowledge economy, and we have invested substantially, as my minister will tell you going forward. Now, to finance this tenfold, that's what we call the tenfold. It's about those 4 areas of the economic growth, which we have targeted. But on top of that, we have also enablers. The enablers, these are the sectors we would want to invest in more to facilitate. Starting with the security, we must keep Uganda secure if we are going to do anything about the economy. That's why we don't want to compromise on security aspects. We finance them sometimes to the chagrin of some people. I don't know why, but it's an area of enabling the economy. Number 2 is the infrastructure. And here we are talking of the railway, the roads, and also the energy. Then we have industrial parks. We are going to build industrial parks at a much more faster speed, but also in a much better way than the ones which we have done before, so that we bridge that infrastructure and concentrate these amenities which the industries need. And then we attract those with the capital and technology to come and we produce together the products which we want to sell. And then we are also having UDB. We want to capitalize UDB at least by $1 trillion shillings every year in the coming years, so that we can be able to get capital which is patient to those who are going to be investing in those ATMs, because the commercial banks can continue to invest, to lend them for purposes of, for example, trade financing, those who want to export, and also those who want to build some houses, those who want to engage in some import trade, those who want to do some services. The commercial banks can provide those salary loans and so on, but patient capital. And capital which can be at relatively lower cost. As government, we are going to be coming in a bigger way. Also not forgetting UDC, Uganda Development Corporation, so that it can also provide equity to those who are starting businesses or who are scaling them up and work together to drive that. Now, we are going to finance all of this. Of course, there are other enablers. I don't have a lot of time, but we are going to publish the 10-fold growth strategy before the budget speech, so that all of Ugandans can have an idea on what we are talking about and how we are going to drive this agenda. But to finance this, tax revenue is key. We are going to be more serious and ruthless on domestic revenue mobilization. Our tax effort in Uganda is still very low. We are getting about 14% of GDP. We want to get to 20% of GDP by 2030, 25% by 2035, and to about 30% by 2040. This is where most of the economies which are working, where Ugandans go to sweep and so on, they tax people at around 37% of GDP. That's why they are able to provide infrastructure, they are able to provide all those services that we want to see. We shall also do some debt. We are going to borrow some money, but for critical areas. And also, we are going to use the market. The capital markets, we are investing more in developing them so that the private sector can also contribute to this agenda. And of course, our debt, I know usually it's a big debate in Uganda because Ugandans, we hate borrowing, we hate debt. But debt which is used well and also borrowed quite reasonably is good economics. That's what every economy actually does, except a few that have a lot of resources, like in the Middle East, where they are relying a lot on the oil money and what they have been saving over the years in those huge sovereign funds they have. But every economy in the world borrows. But how do you spend the money you have borrowed is the key. Now, in the past 10 years, we have borrowed about 49% of GDP, and we have spent that money, about 29% in the transport infrastructure, building those roads on which we are driving to connect Uganda from border to border. And as we drive and whistle in a car, running at 150 miles per hour, we are also calling radio stations or typing on Twitter, on X, and this Facebook, questioning, where is this money borrowed going on that road on which you are whistling? The energy also, the money we have borrowed, we have invested it in building those dams and the transmission lines and substations. About 27% of the money we have borrowed in the past 10 years have gone into energy development. Then we have about 13% of this money going into these areas such as education and health, housing and urban development, manufacturing, digital transformation, STI, as well as private sector development. And then the rest of the money has gone into agro-industrialization, has gone into natural resource, where we have extended safe water to the people, we have invested in irrigation schemes. So, in other words, in summary, Uganda's debt has gone mainly in productive areas, and that's why the economy of Uganda is growing much faster now. That's why the macroeconomy is much stable. That's why we also have export receipts growing, and we are able to pay our debt comfortably. Uganda has never and will never default on debt like some other jurisdictions. As I conclude, therefore, I wanted to tell the audience that Uganda is changing. There are good opportunities in Uganda. We have been ranked among the best investment destinations in Africa. Sometimes I see that we don't actually appreciate as Ugandans the kind of work we do, but others appreciate it, the good thing. Where we travel here to look for opportunities, everywhere you go, they are looking for opportunities in Africa, and the first destination they are thinking about is Uganda. We have also now brought this renewed vision and mission of the tenfold growth strategy, which is likely to deliver us to a position where we have never been as a country. And therefore, I would encourage every Ugandan really to take advantage of these opportunities, and we don't leave the foreigners only. And we have a good strategy in the NDP4 on supporting also indigenous capital, indigenous growth, so that Ugandan business people are able to take full advantage, especially younger people, the youth, the women, and we have a number of programs, as we shall highlight in the budget, to ensure that we can be able to partake in this agenda. We are also having one of the lowest macro risk portfolios in the region, and our return on investment is quite good in Uganda, both in a portfolio investment, but also in a direct investment. And we are really having a stable also political situation, and that's why I appeal to everybody to ensure that we keep it stable and predictable and secure. But as we do that, we have 5 key risks we are watching. As I conclude, where I sit, we also look at what are the risk areas that we need to be careful about. There are 5 of them. The first one is the state-based armed conflicts in the region. Of course, as you know, we are in a troubled region. There are state-based armed conflicts we are having in the north, in the west, and also the Far East, in Somalia, and so on. These are risks which we need to continue following, but also we look at how do we take advantage of some of them by keeping ourselves stable, but also creating that environment which will attract the capital from there. When you go to some parts of Kampala there, you see a lot of this capital is coming from these places. There are certain things which some people do not take actually keen interest in, but some of us, we are looking at them. We need to know how to take advantage, and we have strategies of doing this. I will not go into that, because also I don't want to let those who want to take advantage of us know what we are doing. Then we are also watching the risk of climate change, extreme weather conditions, the floods, the drought conditions, the rising temperatures. That's why we are saying, please get out of wetlands, stop cutting trees, let's plant more trees instead. We are also watching the geoeconomic confrontations which we have seen, especially the tariffs and the trade wars. But most importantly, Dongotho and colleagues, whoever is listening to me, we have a big risk of misinformation and disinformation. Uganda, we have become so reckless with the way we talk about our country. Misinformation. The internet is full of information which is not correct. People putting out of context very simple things. Like now the national budget is out, I see people on the internet placing their things which are not true. You know, how the budget is being spent on consumption, on special meals, on deliberate agenda of people to misinform, to distort. This is a big risk which we must work on, because we are not the only country where investors go. They would choose to go elsewhere, where they sound more organized, much as they might not be having the same advantage as we are having. So with those, I want to thank again the organizers of this, Musevenomics, General Saleh, kudos to you, and the team at OWC, the team headed by Katende and Dr. Fred Muhumuza with the UDF, and of course, all of the sponsors, the people who have supported these conversations. It is conversations like this that are going to help us to get Uganda to another level by discussing things which benefit all of us. Because once we discuss the economy, on how the economy should grow, how Uganda should grow, I'm sure you are preparing a better Uganda. I thank you very much for allowing me to come in from very far from Uganda, and I wish everybody very good deliberations. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Gobi, and thanks a lot for your thoughts and sharing them with us. As far as disinformation and misinformation is concerned, it is a work in progress, but we are working on it. Some people will call reckless Uganda a very democratic Uganda, but that is what you get when you have a democracy, and which is in motion. But thank you very much, and congratulations for that presentation. Ladies and gentlemen, if you see on your program, we should have had other panelists on here in the same panel with Gobi, but we are going to correct it. And to correct it, allow me invite the Honorable Beatrice Kiraso, an economist herself, former MP, former Deputy Secretary General of the East African Community, a politician, I don't know whether former or current, but she is a senior public servant. Honorable Kiraso, you're most welcome. And in addition to Gobi on this panel, we have Dr. Michael Atingi Ego, our Governor, Bank of Uganda. He is already here. He will be the next presenter. We will also have Professor Julius Kiza. And if Honorable, it is fitting for you, they could come and sit here as they make their presentation, or if they choose to sit from that side, it's all for you to decide. Ladies and gentlemen, let's energize Honorable Kiraso with a welcome clap. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Charles. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, on my profile, Charles should have added that my last assignment was with the UN Economic Commission for Africa, where I was a director in charge of the Southern African Sub-Regional Office. But no, just for your information. I am told that the governor has got a very tight schedule. And Dr. Ating Ego, before I invite you, kindly allow me to take the advantage of standing before you to just make a few comments concerning what has transpired from yesterday. Since we are talking to ourselves, We are members of one family called Uganda. We are intellectuals, and we are looking at the economic development and the future of this country. I'd like to comment about time management, because I take very serious exception when somebody invites me for their function at 3 p.m. and then you reach there and the person who has invited you is not there. I think we need to criticize ourselves sometimes so that we can improve. So we are losing the value of time. Allow me also to comment on the issue of lack of implementation. We are very good at putting policies in place. We are very good at conferences like this where we talk hours on end. We are still having gaps on the side of implementation. Dr. Birungi, I liked your presentation yesterday. It had a lot of the historical background on how UDC came back to the fore. When I was at Harvard, I caused us tire. I caused some positive disagreement because one of my professors in a class called Institutions to Build a Modern Economic State was an apologist of the Bretton Woods institutions. And that time we had taken on all these policies that had been put on us basically as conditionalities for aid. So in that class, I wrote a paper, The Role of the State as an Engine of Growth. And I used the reinstatement of UDC as a case. Later, I waited for Dr. Suruma to leave the ministry. He's not here because I knew his views about, those reforms that had been in place. And then came, I think, Honorable Saida Bumba. So I shared with her the paper, and she thought it made sense. But then I didn't hear from her. So when I was at the East African community during one of the summits, I packaged my document properly and handed it to His Excellency the President. Later, he called me. We had a discussion. I'm not saying I'm the one that caused UDC to be reinstated. I'm simply saying that there were voices there that needed to see more interventionist approach for the country, because there are sectors of the economy that are vulnerable. You just don't leave them to go anyhow. You don't leave them to the private sector that's not even well empowered, especially at that time. So the government has got a role, especially to direct production, to direct development in areas where it is most vulnerable. Even those who are telling us otherwise, they protect their vulnerable sectors of the economy. The theme is on the board. And I'm interested in the last bit of it because from the program, that is the subject for this session. Professor Julius Kiza, that we are now taking the discussion to a different notch, a notch higher, because we've looked at all these things that have not been good, those that have been made better, and those that will continue to be worked on, especially from the PSST's expose. on what the government intends to do. What I thought we were going to face now in this, to be faced with in this session is the geoeconomics, if I can use that phrase, the geoeconomics. We very often talk about geopolitics, but we forget that we are operating in a global environment, and therefore, I don't know if I'm right that this session is on the geoeconomics. I hope we'll hear about the weapons of geopolitics that influence the geoeconomics. And over to you to give the insights on how Uganda is navigating the waters in light of stronger geoeconomically positioned countries. We are not an island. We can do all these interventions at our level, but there are some other factors that affect us from without. Sir, the Governor, I would like to invite you to come to the front. And Professor Kiza, probably you could also come so that immediately the Governor finishes, you make your presentation, and then we open up for a question or two, if any. I thank you, sir. You're welcome.
Okay, thank you so much, Honorable Kiraso. And allow me to stand on the protocol that was earlier observed and also the appreciation that was earlier mentioned by my good friend Ramadan, particularly the organizers of this event. It is indeed a very timely event that we are looking at. So I find it that it is my profound honor to stand before you today at this critical juncture in our nation's story. You know, I'm told that yesterday Dr. Beringu talked a lot about the past, but there are a few things I need to emphasize about the past before I talk about the future, and then I will say something about the current geopolitical environment and how, as a central bank, we are responding to that. But allow me just navigate you through what has happened in the financial sector, where we're coming from, where we are today, what are the challenges, what is the way forward in light of the topic for this event. So, colleagues, you will all recall with me that Uganda has gone through a lot. We are coming from shackles of financial repression. Financial repression where our nation faced daunting challenges, rampant inflation, a contracting productive base, low tax revenue, and public administration was on the brink. The financial sector was characterized by credit controls, rigid interest rates, disconnect from reality, and severely limited access even to the basic financial services for the vast majority of our people. The financial sector was tightly regulated, heavily taxed, and was more of a barrier rather than a bridge to progress. So that did not only affect the formal financial sector, but it even came to the very heart of our financial sector, that is the Bank of Uganda. It found its monetary policy, which is really the lever for economic stability, subdued and rendered subordinate to narrow fiscal considerations. It was basically about financing the budget, which led to significant money supply and, as a consequence, higher inflation. So But again, because of the characteristic courage and the foresight and the bold and transformative decision of the Ugandan leadership, very visionary, we embarked on comprehensive programs of pro-market reforms. This was not just a shift, but it was liberation, revolution. And at the time when we were undertaking these reforms, the promise was very clear, very compelling, and revolutionary, that opening up our financial doors would usher a new era of competition, leading to more efficient allocation of resources, greater financial stability, and ultimately improved prospects for inclusive growth across all the economy. So the reasons for opening up are well documented, so I'm not going to go through them. So let me briefly go through the journey that we've gone through since then. The journey began with dismantling the archaic controls that had shackled our financial potential. But a pivotal moment arrived in 1992 with the liberalization of the interest rates. This was a crucial step, allowing the true value of money to be determined by the force of supply and demand. And there, banks were no longer having what we call directed credit. You negotiate with the bank and they give you whatever rate you agree on in terms of your savings and in terms of your borrowing. Now, from there, we went to open up the foreign exchange market. And by 1997, Uganda took the bold and decisive step to open up the capital account. And for the reasons that were highlighted by Ramadan, we opened up the capital account because our investment demands were much higher than the savings that we had. So there was that investment gap. We wanted to attract foreign capital to come in. We were told that Uganda is capital and technologically constrained. So we needed to attract that foreign capital to come and try to narrow the savings investment gap. So we believe that actions, if you look at the numbers we have in the balance of payments, has facilitated the attraction of the much needed foreign direct investment, bringing capital, technology, and expertise into our thriving economy. We also signaled to the world that Uganda was open for business, ready to compete on a global stage based on sound macroeconomic policies. Colleagues, I'll tell you, there is no way you can have an open capital account and you continue pursuing macroeconomic policies that are inconsistent. You'll be punished. So since 1997, when we opened up the capital account, we have been forced to maintain prudent macroeconomic policies to avoid capital flight. Otherwise, we would have seen a lot of capital leave this country if we didn't have strong macroeconomic policies. So, now, the key subject about this liberalization that is still a discussion today, I call it a central challenge and indeed crucible of an invaluable lesson, was the privatization of Uganda Commercial Bank, the largest government-owned bank. There are lots of, opinions whether UCB should have been sold out or not. But from the financial sector point of view, UCB had become a living embodiment of the problems of the past. It was, if we have got to put it mildly, in dire straits. It was technically insolvent, burdened with a staggering 75% non-performing loans, and was overexpanded, plagued by chronic mismanagement and political interference. In fact, many describe it as the biggest bank with the biggest problems. It continued to threaten the stability of the entire financial system. So for us to get the financial system working efficiently, we needed to resolve the issues of UCB. And as a result, UCB was sold to Stanbic Bank sometime in 2002, but it wasn't easy. But it was a crucial component of our comprehensive financial sector reform. It was a monumental shift to turn away from the long-standing liability into a dynamic bank. Government was putting a lot of money to cater for the huge non-performing loans in UCBL. And as a result, we were pumping money into circulation, which resulted into very high inflation. and the problem of the mismanagement could not be sorted out. Yes, it was said that when you liberalize UCB or when you privatize it, the lending rates will come down. That did not happen. And we will, I mean, from our analysis, we will show, we'll try to show why it didn't happen. But ultimately, the turnaround of UCB, selling it to Stanbic, was important in that the bank that bought UCB Stanbic managed to turn it to a dynamic, market-driven player that now effectively supports government financing needs. In the past, government was giving money to UCB, financing UCB. But now Stanbic Bank occasionally comes in to support the government budget. So in terms of financing. So that was one benefit. Now, when we come to today's realities, interest rates are very high and really high. That one is, nobody is contesting it. And indeed, one of the reasons advance for selling UCB was that the lending rates would come down. Unfortunately, they didn't come down. We are trying to establish why didn't they come down, using what we have today. That were the conditions that we had today, were they prevailing in the past? Because UCB had huge non-performing loans. That's why the rates were high. But today, if you analyze why the interest rates are high, it is really basically because of the high overhead costs, the huge government borrowing, the market structure, the continued non-performing loans that we have, the structural constraints such as credit, poor collateral, and then the mismatched financing. A number of well-intentioned Ugandan entrepreneurs have been looking for long-term finance, but there is no institution apart from UDB and maybe UDC that can give long-term finance. But the demand for this long-term finance is of overwhelming the available credit there. So they go to commercial banks. Commercial banks are not meant for development financing. Commercial banks mobilize their savings, deposits at the short end of the market. So if you're an entrepreneur, you need a 10-year loan to break even. So you cannot take the interest rates of a commercial bank to finance a 10-year project. So your rates that you face become very high. And that's why you have a number of well-intentioned entrepreneurs having challenges today in terms of repaying those loans. So why am I bringing all this? I am bringing all this because we are now going to ask ourselves, going forward, in the context of socioeconomic transformation, in the context of the tenfold growth, what do we need to do as a central bank to address these challenges that we have identified? So, before I get into that, we need to secure the foundation. And securing this foundation means that we need to maintain price stability, we need to maintain financial stability, and government has got to undertake fiscal discipline if we are going to go ahead. So as a way forward, in the central bank, we think that deeper financial markets, unleashing the power of domestic capital is very, very important if we are going to finance the tenfold growth. There's a saying that a shallow river cannot carry heavy boats. If you are looking for resources to invest in serious infrastructure, in roads, you're looking for resources for irrigation, you're looking for resources for manufacturing plants, you need to have a deeper financial sector to finance this. When our financial sector has deepened, it is not deep enough to finance the kind of investment that we need to undertake. So, in other words, we need to unlock longer-term financing. And how do we unlock longer-term financing? The first issue here, we need to deepen our financial markets. A well-developed financial system is instrumental to sustaining the tenfold growth. So it helps in mobilizing savings, facilitating the exchange of goods and services, and allowing, of course, risk diversification. So Uganda has made significant progress. Today, our financial markets are ranked the 4th best in Africa, moving from 10th position in 2020 today to the 4th position. But that's not enough. It is the base based on shallow markets. So we are working to see how we can deepen those markets. Now, we are thinking that there are certain issues that we need to have a conversation about. How do we unlock long-term financing. The aspect of pension sector reforms. Pension sector reforms. We need to have a deeper conversation on pension sector reforms. We tried it before, it was not successful. So, but we can't run away from it. Government on its own cannot finance the full agenda of the tenfold growth. We need the private sector to come in. But for the private sector to come in, we need to give the private sector long-term financing. And the current arrangement now is we don't have enough of it, apart from the little that is given to UDB and UDC. So colleagues, let's have a serious conversation about pension sector reforms to unlock long-term financing to support the tenfold growth. We're also working on broadening the various instruments. For example, we are working together with the key stakeholders. We want to introduce bonds such as Sukuk bonds, infrastructure bonds, green bonds, diaspora bonds, so that all this kind of financing is mobilized going forward. And also, we are working together with the Capital Markets Authority in the amendments of their act to see how we can introduce futures contracts for both agricultural and mineral commodities. Because if you are talking about agro-industrialization, about mineral development, you also need to look at what is the financing. Do we have markets? Do we have some capital markets for this? Do we have commodities exchanges that are going to promote the trading of these these commodities in order to support industrialization, in order to support their exports and value addition? So those conversations need to be taken forward. And then the other thing that we're looking at the central bank is smart resource allocation. How do we drive capital to the growth areas? We need to strategically identify the areas where we think our money should be going. Because without a strategic direction, capital cannot just go anyhow and you expect it to deliver results. So in the case of Bank of Uganda, we have been focused, we have been supporting government in the agricultural credit facility, in the small business recovery. And here we are talking about successes. We have developed a partnership with government and the private sector. And all that we require here now is how can government at least double the capitalization of this? Because we have seen tremendous success in terms of commercialization, in terms of value addition that we have managed to realize from this. So why don't we grow on that? Why don't we increase the capacity of bringing that? Then also there are others like we are working with to promote public-private partnerships to demonstrate the immense potential in this. We have shown that we have a system in place. So we need to direct capital to these engines of growth and address the issues of socio-economic transformation. Remember, Bank of Uganda just a few years ago had to change its mission statement to move away from promoting price stability and a sound financial system. We added in support of socio-economic transformation. So what have we done in terms of promoting or supporting socio-economic transformation? We have promoted financial inclusion, because if you look at how financial technology through fintech has revolutionized the use of finances at the bottom of the pyramid. People deep in the villages there now have access through mobile money. So we're saying, how do we use mobile money to grow things like savings, credit, and insurance? The numbers on credit are showing that close to 1 trillion shillings has been extended in form of loans to the people at the bottom of the pyramid. But again, these are just short-term loans to facilitate trading. But how can we use that as a tool to bring these guys into the money economy? We are also looking at environmental, social governance integration with the commercial banks. Because we are telling the commercial banks that you can only become sustainable if the environment that you are working in is sustainable. So we want to see how they are participating in financial inclusion, environmental protection, because Uganda is an agricultural economy, rain dependent. So what are you doing in terms of ensuring that our environment is secure? So we think that this ESG that we've launched is one way to get down to the bottom of the pyramid. Also, we are working with the investment of industrial transformation and employment and invite program in partnership with the Bank of Uganda. The the Uganda Bankers Association have mobilized about $300 million, which they are looking to de-risk. So we are looking for how do we de-risk this money. This is meant for regional export facility. It's going to address all the value chains for those products that are exported in the region. So not only are you going to address the value chain, you are going to support the commercialization of agriculture, the value addition, because this is about light manufacturers in the region. So these are some of the things that we're doing. And also, as a bank, we are going to start purchasing gold. We are going to start purchasing gold from the local artisans. Why are we doing this? Again, for the issue of a disrupted world. For long, we have been relying so much on portfolio flows, on balance of payments to build our reserves. But recently, we have been challenged by this disrupting world. We can no longer build reserves to the extent that we want. So we're looking at what is a sustainable way of building reserves. We have significant amount of gold deposits. How can we get that gold, add value to it, make it become monetary gold so that it actually goes into building reserves? So once the program kicks off, and very soon, we are going to address 3 issues. Socioeconomic transformation by looking at those local artisans in the village, small micro enterprises that are involved in gold mining. We are also going to utilize the capacity of the gold refineries to refine the gold to monetary gold. And then we'll use that gold to diversify our reserves. So these are some of the contributions that we are going to make towards socioeconomic transformation. And then we need to harness digitalization for inclusive growth because the future is now. So all these aspects, particularly through the National Payment Systems Act, have been helpful in ensuring that the growth of digital finance has increased. We know the risks that come with it, things like cybersecurity, but we are addressing those. So we see overall progress and a future outlook. So what's our vision of prosperity? So despite all the financial market development challenges, including formal financial exclusion and limited access in rural areas, about 31% of the Ugandans are still living in a financially excluded environment, still surviving in agriculture. Efforts are continuing through multiple fronts, including PDM, to ensure that these guys are brought into the formal financial sector. They're able to generate aggregate demand. They are able to increase on their output, on their investment, and they become part of the money economy. So this commitment to responsible and sustainable growth is part of the vicious circle. But we need, of course, a stable macroeconomic environment to continue. So the consistent economic growth we have enjoyed for 2 decades, coupled with rising private investment and improving export diversifications, provide us with a solid foundation. So we need to order our footsteps now to ensure that we continue with this. So in conclusion, our commitment, our mission, and our moment. We've come a long way. We have to liberate our financial system. We have to boldly break free from the shackles that are still holding us back. So today, we choose to focus intently, strategically, and with unwavering resolve on transformation. We need to transform if we have to achieve the tenfold growth. So economic transformation is not and never can be solely a government project. It involves every Ugandan, including the private sector. How do we strengthen the private sector to become part of this growth? Every mobile money transaction that connects a remote farmer to a distant market, every business that enables a young entrepreneur to turn an idea into reality, every pension contribution will build towards the future. Each of these actions, although they look small on their own, they're vital bricks to help us have a shared prosperity. So our journey has been one of change from financial repression to true financial liberalization, and from shallow, fragmented markets, we are hoping to deepen these markets going forward. We've laid the foundation. We now have to diligently build upon the structure through transformation and tomorrow we will be able to see the fruit that we want by supporting the tenfold growth today, by supporting socioeconomic transformation, and we think that we will prosper together. So this is our commitment, is our mission, and it's our moment that we need to seize. I will address the other issues on a disrupted world later on because of time. I thank you for your kind attention.
Let's give our governor a better clap as he takes his seat. Just 1 second of an announcement. We are supposed to have a break for tea. But because we lost time in the morning, we have agreed democratically, never mind that you did not vote, consensus democracy, that we will do a working tea. So the ushers will be picking a table, people from a table, and then lead you to serve. And I request the hotel managers to remove those cocktail tables from the grass so that we don't stand there. The idea is that we pick a cup of tea with something to eat and come back and we continue with our discussion. But don't move en masse, lest you interrupt the presenter. Is that agreed? Yes or yes? I'm sure that that is a perfect suggestion. So don't worry, you will be ushered to go and serve tea, and then you come back, but the presentations will go on as is on the program. Thank you so much. Thank you, Honorable Kiraso, for allowing me still your time.
It's okay. Ladies and gentlemen, can we thank the governor for his presentation? Yeah, it was very rich, at least for me, tracing from the past to the revolution, but also giving context to where we are going by not only saying the what, he went further to give us the how and with what resources. And where there are gaps, where he's saying, look, can we put our heads together and see how we can make some of these interventions work? Now, Mr. Governor, I have a challenge. I know that you wanted to leave. The challenge I have is I'm getting notes from the audience that they rarely meet you and that after this very good expose, they would feel cheated if you went without them intervening or asking very brief questions. Am I right? That is one. The other challenge I have is from your fellow panelist, the professor. The professor is also saying some of what I want to present is actually in reaction to what both the PSST and the governor have presented. So I'll seek your indulgence now. Can we allow some interventions from the floor? Professor, just bear with me because he's saying yes, yes, yes. 3, short, precise, to the point. I'm seeing 6, I had said 3. Okay, I'll start with this side with Honorable Banyenzachi, then Arthur, then Edith Kutesa on this side. Then I'll come to the middle, the two of you, then here, the two of you. Finished. Please, where's the microphone? And ladies and gentlemen, please don't give presentations. You can come here for expediency. Meanwhile, kindly the microphone, put it on this side.
Thank you, Honorable colleague. In the interest of time, let me shoot straight. Mr. Governor, first time we are together in the same room, congratulations. Mr. Governor, I have one problem among many. Ladies and gentlemen, you agree with me that government is holding more than 5 trillion from the private sector. 5 trillion. Government has actually frozen 5 trillion from the private sector. And you expect, and we're all here singing, private sector, private sector. How can private sector perform when you have taken that 5 trillion of theirs? You take this money, they have borrowed it from the bank. One of the reasons the interest rates are high, banks factor in when will I get this money that I bought this supplier? Hikes interest rate. URA, it now has a habit to peep into somebody's account and say, we see 20 billions moving on your account. We have given you a preemptive tax. Pay now. They come on this gentleman, gentle lady, close their business, it dies. So government is facilitating death of private sector. What has the private sector resorted to? Now, we have vultures in the system. It's no longer vouchers, it's no longer provision of service and goods. It's now a transactional government, deals, because you cannot supply government. What are we talking about? Now, with permission, which I have not thought from my boss, General Sare. Gentlemen, I work with OWC now. The first time General Sare confessed that he was disarmed is when he was going to Bank of Uganda to negotiate with the late on how to, because at that time there was a lot of money that this private sector had borrowed and the banks had unleashed all their tools to these business people. So that was a way to redeem them. Can we have one day and we meet all these people with 5 trillion, with you, Governor? Because when we did that in the statistical house, that's when at least the economy had gone on installment. That was 2016, I remember that day. And can we really, and then PSST, I heard him talking. We were together when we were fighting these wars. Now he has gone. We shall be telling him he was captured the way he was captured when I became a Minister of State. Because that's what they tell me. So can we have this conversation, sir? And I'm not going to say more and more. If at one time we gave money to the suppliers who had supplied goods to South Sudan government, why are we letting our own die? Why are we having a mortuary of private sector? Thank you.
Thank you so much, Honorable. The issue is domestic debt, right? Domestic debt. Yeah, Arthur?
Yeah, thank you.
If you could keep it short.
Very, very short. Banyanzat is a politician, I'm an academic. Yeah, thank you very much. kind of the global economy and the system we operate. Can you shed light on that, Governor? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much to give me the opportunity to engage the Bank of Uganda. First of all, Governor, congratulations for the macroeconomic stability. And in a context of capital account liberalization, I think there are not many countries in Africa which are sorry. I think it's Uganda and Botswana. There are few I know. And I know it's something I opposed when I was PS Finance in Rwanda. There was a big fight with my minister who wanted to open the capital account, and we fought, and I proved beyond any doubt that in the case of Rwanda, in the period where we were, there will be capital flight and we will be down. So congratulations, and for that, we should be all proud for Uganda, because this is one of the factors which is attracting investment, direct investment in Uganda. My question, Governor, you have mentioned about savings. The biggest saver is our NSSF. How can we develop financial instruments to encourage anyone, any mwananchi to save? And in the same time, how can we deepen the possibility to create a secondary market where people can trade their instruments of savings? I lived in America. When you open an account, they automatically they open a saving account and a current account. The money you put on your saving account is not, it doesn't carry any charge. And you can get it at any time when you want your money back. I don't find it here. It is not very, very common. Is it something that we can consider and raise capital? But also there are people who have money, capital market, yes, fluctuate is a risk. Is it a way to develop other possibility to transact the instruments, I have many questions on digital, but that one I'm leaving because we can have, he's my boss, can have access and discuss a number of things. And one of them, the Bank of Uganda had an incredible initiative of national switch, which could have helped a lot in terms of interconnectivity of payment, but we'll have time to discuss that later. Thank you very much. Thank you for your contribution. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, we are coming to the middle here, Honorable Sektoleko and the Naib Magufuli. Ah, you are the Magufuli I see on the platform. Okay. Where is the mic, please?
I think I'm called Lieutenant Lieutenant Mwishamuel Magufuli. I think we need to give a big clap to Honorable Banyenzachi on the issue you raised. Secondly, the big man, he raised that government of Uganda is allocating money, but this money passes through commercial bank. And commercial bank, they use that money to lend them on the same rate. So who is fooling who? That is the question. In the morning, jokingly, I posed the question to Professor Muhumuza. I said, Muhumuza, are Ugandans still in charge for this economy? Professor Muhumuza, I posed the question that is Uganda still in charge for the economy? He said no. If now Uganda is not in charge for the economy, what should we do? Governor, I've been having issue with General Sari. What if, late in the evening, the President of the Republic of Uganda, someone will say, Governor, currently, the government of Uganda is funding over 14 government interventions. And these government interventions, government of Uganda passes money into commercial bank. If you can say that, what is the relevance of this scattered money? I think that is my small question. Those who don't know me, I'm the one who have been pushing or promoting establishment of agriculture and cooperative bank for the issue of patient capital. Governor, Bank of Uganda, don't wait for the foreigners to come and establish patient capital for agro-industrialization. It's we Ugandans who can sit down on the table and we reorganize our economy. May God bless you.
Give to your neighbor. And then the Honorable Senda will after.
Thanks a lot, Honorable. My question, Matsiko Kahunga, and on this first question, I'm speaking as a member of the Committee of Elders on Revitalizing Cooperatives in Uganda, to which Honorable Kiraso is a member. Mr. Governor, financial inclusion in Uganda will not come through fintechs and telcos. The money to be mobiled must be earned first. Financial inclusion will only come when Ugandans are participating in the financial sector. Right now, the threshold for circles graduating into MDIs automatically is ring-fenced for foreigners. It was 500 million, the minimum capital. It moved to 5 billion. Now it is 10 billion. We don't know what will happen next. Can we request that the threshold for Uganda to go into the formal financial sector be reduced to where it was? Then my other observation, this is related to what Dr. Gobi presented, the ATMs. One leg of me is in tourism. I'm the executive secretary at the tourism sector cluster for the Ankole region. Growing tourism, I've prepared a turnaround strategy. I've shared it with those and I'll publish it at the right time. Right now, Uganda receives 39, the figures of 2024. When it comes to high-end tourists, those of high spend, Uganda at the end of 2024 received 39,000 tourists from Europe and America. How many tourists did Kenya receive? Can anybody guess? 630,000 tourists from Europe and America into Kenya against Uganda's 39,000. So as we focus on the ATMs, we need a particular focus on marketing tourism. Of the 12 points I have raised in the turnaround strategy, today I'm giving only one, and that is having a physical presence of marketing. Tourism is an export. 80% of my corporate life, I was in the export department of my employers. You need physical presence in the market where you are seeking. So we need the staff, the managers at UTB to be permanently stationed in those tourism source capitals, and they do the marketing. You can't market when you are away. Thank you.
Honorable Sendawe.
Camera, is this camera? I've got to address the camera. Please, the camera should have. Yes, please. Oh my God. No, but I don't need to get either into the camera or anything else. I only want to put across what I feel I need to put across. Governor Mike, congratulations. I think I'm seeing you first time since you got appointed. It's great, and kindly, please, you have a challenging job, and I'm sure you are capable of facing that kind of challenge. Me, I'm not out mainly on question complete, but I'm commenting and requesting where you've said you intend to do this or that. There is a problem of long-term financing. Long-term financing is a nightmare in every activity. And it is even worse when we are looking at future on projects or having people to participate fully, whether they are contractors, whether they are simple traders, manufacturers, etc. They all need long-term financing. People would normally have a problem when you go to the bank. They will always say, we give you 24 months or we give you so much period. And yet, your employers are not paying you at the same rate. For example, you get a contractor who puts in money, who goes out and even borrow from a commercial bank, start a job, and then he hands in a certificate of completion, and there is a delay of 3 or 4 months before payment can come forward. So this nightmare must be solved. And I request that, as you stated earlier in your address, you talked about the pension, the future of pension funds. How can we use the pension funds? They can easily help us to solve part of this problem. Number 2, bonds. Bonds. Let us encourage the introduction and the sale of bonds, because that can substantially help in covering that gap. But then let me go to the other side, a quick one. What is happening about most of our commercial banks are making reasonable profits, with due respect. Because there is a problem, someone possibly of the member of press will pick this up and say, Senator said you make a lot of money. No, I'm not jealous of they are making a lot of money. But I'm only saying they are making substantial sums of money. If we can make it a mandatory arrangement of certain percentages of loanable funds that can be put to long term, and it is known and it is going to work, because we used to have a system of crop finance where every bank, every commercial bank retained this money but made a commitment, and this, you remember, used to take a record. Standard will provide so much, Barclays will provide so much, and so on and so forth. Now, that money at times is where you are hearing this confusion. Whether you are looking at money which has come from government, and they say this is for either his body, this Paris development model, or it is for some other activity, it goes to the bank. And then the bank, when the money is being loaned out, nobody states clearly that this money is what came from the government, or that money runs out very quickly. It finishes very quickly, such that when the people go to apply, they are told, oh, that money finished, or we have so many applications, and the money is gone. But now, if, as they are making profits, and we get to understand each other, and say, we would need, on annual basis, to put on long term so much out of your profits. Now, not not even out of the savings of the people, but out of their profits. Because that money remains their money, but in the interest of seeing further development in our economy, we need, as I've said, we need long-term funding. There is no way you're going to solve problems unless you answer long-term funding. I have an organization of farmers, coffee farmers, and these friends bring in coffee, but they have children to take back to school. They always need cash. And I don't have that volume of cash on the coffee that they deliver. So like that, I am not able to continue to do the work as well as I would have wished. But if there was long-term money, my emphasis is on that. Thank you.
Honorable Sendaula is a former Minister of Finance. For those of you who did not know him, when he was in the ministry, I was in Parliament chairing the finance and budget issues. And the late Tumsime Mtebile was in the bank. We worked together very well, and we moved mountains through disagreeing sometimes and even suspending their budgets. But now I will not go into the stories of today. Was there? Okay, where is the microphone? Is it on this side? Gentlemen and ladies, please don't come in as an afterthought, because I had already asked certain people to speak. Kindly be brief, then you'll give to the honorable here, and I'm sorry, I don't know the names. The gentleman with a waistcoat, khaki.
Yes.
Brief, precise, to the point.
Yes. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, moderator, and all distinguished speakers that have spoken. I adapt the protocol as has already been laid out. My name is Twinobu Singe Severino, and I work as the Principal Legal Advisor to the Chief Coordinator of Operation Wealth Creation. Madam Moderator, I have only 2 points, and very brief, precise and to the point, as requested. They both stem from the submission made by the Deputy Governor yesterday, and I'm grateful that the Governor himself is here today, and Professor Muhumuza too hinted it. And the first issue is our economic system that we operate in Uganda. Madam Moderator, I have for a long time been trying to understand why Uganda, especially our capital, looks like a huge slum. And yesterday, Professor Nwagaba told us that the economic system that we run was given to us by Washington, if I use that phrase. This to me explains everything, why we are where we are. If you run an economic system that focuses on small-scale, medium enterprises, you are going to create a lot of Chiembe-like, for those who live in Kampala, Chiembe-like kind of business. And that has spread across the whole country. So if you give us very good theories that you are telling us that we are going to jump from where we are to go to somewhere else, it looks to me you are not telling us the whole story. You seem to be telling us that it is okay, things will be okay, but the system that we are running cannot deliver what you are telling us. And we at OWC are capable of telling you that, gentlemen, yesterday or today, even if you woke up and you came to address us, but your face doesn't look clean. Why don't you go back and clean
Severin,
it?
please.
That's
Severin.
point number one.
Yeah, keep to the point.
Point number two is about our mineral wealth, which the governor of the central bank has talked very well. He has tried his level best to explain. But he has not told us about something called the Dodd-Frank. The Dodd-Frank Act, the United States law that was passed in 2010, doesn't allow us to trade freely in our minerals, Mr. Governor. You need to understand it. The Dodd-Frank Act of 2010 was adopted by North America, Canada, has been adopted by Europe and Asia. And it creates, in section 1502, it creates a limitation because it characterizes the minerals that come from the Great Lakes region as conflict minerals. Those minerals that come from the DRC and all the countries that border share an international boundary with the DRC, Uganda inclusive. Europe has adopted those regulations. They are alive and kicking on their regulations, on the economic market regulations. So if we have that obstacle along the way, then, Mr. Governor, you have a lot to do to make sure that you free our mineral economy so that we can speak freely. Because right now we have a blood clot in our mineral nervous central system. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, moderator. Dr. Agnes, Tim Mapea.
After that one, the governor is requesting to respond because the questions are becoming too many.
Okay.
After yours.
Yeah, I'm Dr. Agnes Tim Mapea, Member of Parliament, Molatar District, and I sit in the Budget and the Finance Committee. I want to thank you, and also a part of the Musevenomics team. I want to thank you very much, Governor, for your presentation. I just have one comment, particularly on your focus of funding the growth areas. Sitting on the other side of the appropriation, we seem to talk this very well on papers. But when it comes to the figures, when we are appropriating the money, these talks tend to disappear, and you don't see the physical funds or cash being put in place to address this issue. And on that note, we've also seen a big issue on your part of supervision and enforcement of some of these funds that government puts in the commercial banks. For example, you gave the issue of ACF, and you know that as Parliament, we've been having a lot of issues of its performance and the processes of accessing these funds and all that. And our people has always reported that when you go to the commercial banks with a specific fund that you know is in that bank put by government, the commercial banks are very quick to disband that money that is in the bank, which you know, and they come and sell to you its product, which is at their own interest rate. And therefore, our money continues to be in the commercial banks, not being given to our people. So I want to hear from you as a supervisor of these banks. What mechanism are you putting in place to ensure that we actually unlock this funding that government has put in place? And how will you ensure that the supervision for these banks are really intensified to ensure that money is actually accessible to Ugandans? I thank you.
Thank you so much, moderator. Congratulations, Governor. The issue of ACF has been mentioned. I'm Ivan Asimwe, General Secretary of Uganda Cooperative Alliance, representing 18 million cooperators in the country. The issue of ACF has been mentioned. Honorable has articulated very well. But Mr. Governor, possibly I would request that the Bank of Uganda commissions a study to really understand how many of the smallholder farmers in this country have accessed ACF that is lying in the commercial banks. My question is it logical for government to put money for agriculture in the commercial banks to lend to smallholder farmers when the commercial banks themselves have their own money and portfolio to grow? That's my question. Another one, Governor, your presentation seemed not to agree with Professor Suruma's analogy on the sale of UCB. According to Professor Suruma, he had in fact changed the whole idea, and by the time it was sold off, it was a profit-making organization. And even His Excellency, he has in his own paper is saying, we regret having sold this bank. But you are saying that instead it was sold when it was insolvent. possibly you can enlighten us with the empirical evidence that actually this bank was sold when it was insolvent? And why is it that the studies done by IMF and World Bank were targeting only indigenous banks? What is the logic? Lastly, on SACCOs, the elder has mentioned this. Mr. Governor, we have a problem. When you check in the Tier 4 Microfinance Institutions and Money Lenders Act 2016, it clearly mentions that a SACCO that has a portfolio of 500 million share capital and 1.5 billion voluntary savings is supposed to be regulated by Bank of Uganda under MDI Act. Now, the MDI Act defines an MDI as a company. A cooperative is not a company. A SACCO is not a company. It's a cooperative society. So, there is a lacuna there. Secondly, as SACCOs are preparing to come, you now revise the minimum capital requirement from 500 million, 1.5 billion savings to now 5 billion. So where does it leave the SACCOs? And the law goes ahead to say, because with the UMRA, which is Uganda Microfinance Regulatory Authority, it cannot regulate a SACCO that is above 500 million share capital and 1.5 billion savings, meaning it is supposed to go to Bank of Uganda. However, immediately as they are coming in, you increase the minimum capital requirement to that level. So where do you leave the SACCOs? I hope Bank of Uganda should be helping Ugandans to venture into the financial sector. But what I see today is Bank of Uganda favoring the foreigners instead of Ugandans. Thank you.
Okay, colleagues, thank you very much for your questions. And first I want to say that I'm very humbled for the congratulations you've extended to me on my appointment as a governor. I thank His Excellency the President for that, and thank you for your congratulations. I'm very much humbled. So let me begin by addressing some of these questions. Honorable, the question of domestic areas, you are spot on. I'm not going to, I totally agree with you. One of the reasons why interest rates are high is because there are a number of government suppliers who might go to banks with invoices that I've got a deal to supply government X amount of goods valued at this. Could you please fund me with the working capital? You get the money and then you supply the goods. Somehow, somewhere, you are not paid. So it's not possible for you to pay back that money to the bank for no fault of your own. So I agree with you that the issue of domestic areas needs to be looked at heads on. Now, we've been engaging the Ministry of Finance on this because as a central bank, we're also concerned about financial sector stability. If instability is being created because some of the borrowers have not repaid money, it's a concern to the central bank. So we have been engaging the Ministry of Finance. And we're being told that there's a verification process of these areas. So the question is, how do you quicken that verification process? I'm also aware that they are trying to increase the amount of money they are appropriating for arrears repayment. I don't know how much is in the budget, but it's my understanding that it is much higher than what was in this year's budget. But I don't know the amount, but let's wait and see the budget. But you are right, the issue of arrears is a serious one. Now, a question was raised about low inflation, growth, and people having no money in their pockets. I really appreciate that question. Now, the inflation that we're targeting is 5%. And you're right that currently it's 3.6%. It's lower than where we're supposed to be. But as a central bank, we do not look at the current inflation rate. We are looking at the medium-term inflation rate. The 5% target
is a medium-term target. And if you look at our projections for inflation, in financial year 25-26, inflation is going to be between 4 to 5%. And then 26-27, it will stabilize at 5%. So we are consistent with the medium-term target of 5%. Now, that 5% inflation is consistent with the growth of the economy of about 6 to 7%. Now, the question is, how come that you have low inflation, there's no money in the pocket? Let's ask ourselves, is the economy growing? I think like the PSSC say that the economy has grown by about 6.1, 6.4% this financial year. Now, that if low inflation has supported that growth. Now, the question is, if you are not part of that growth, because certainly if you're growing, you must be increasing your output and your services, and therefore you're able to sell. Now, are you part of that growth? I think that's the question we need to ask ourselves. Because you can only have money if you're part of the growth. So that's why we're thinking of having inclusive growth, shared growth, where everybody participates. And that is our challenge today. How do we have shared growth? So that when we say the economy is growing at 6%, it is shared growth. Everyone is partaking of the growth. What I seem to be hearing is that there are some people who are not partaking of the 6% growth that we are recording. So we need to interrogate, why are they not sharing of that 6% growth? How do we promote shared growth going forward? So yes, I appreciate the fact that some people don't have the money, but we need to understand why they don't have the money. Okay? Now, somebody raised a question that we are not tackled the issue of a disrupted world. I tried to mention it, but let me just go into a bit. The world has gotten disrupted, and I gave you one. You recall our foreign exchange reserves came down to just about $3 billion from 4.5 because we were not able to rebuild reserves as a result of the disrupted world. We used to get balance of payments, but the onset of COVID-19 reduced the balance of payments. We used to get portfolio flows into our securities market, but the onset of the inflation in 2022, the advanced central banks, the central banks of the advanced economies began raising their policy rates. So all the portfolio players who are coming here decided to go back, meaning that we could no longer buy foreign currency to build reserves. So as a result, we did not replenish our reserves, but the payment for government debt, because take for example this year, government is paying $1.2 billion for debt. The payment of that debt together with government imports continue to have a drain on our reserves. Now, if we had done nothing about it, our reserves would be much, much lower today. So as a central bank, we said we need to take an action. So the first action we took was to tighten monetary policy to ensure that there's not money there to play with the foreign exchange market. And then also, we limited our sales of foreign currency to the market to intervene, that to sell to intervene the exchange rate. No, we stopped it. We last sold foreign currency to the market in June 2022. Next week, it will be 3 years since we last sold money to the foreign exchange market. But having done that, we also put in place policies that ensure the currency was stable. That's why Uganda currency is the most stable currency, the best performing currency, one of the best performing currencies in Africa, despite the fact that we have not been selling money to the market. We put in policies to mitigate the disruptive world. And that's why we are now even going to begin purchasing gold, because we want to move away from relying on currency that comes from the disrupted world for us to build reserves, and to use our own natural resources for building reserves. And I want to address the question that was raised earlier on, that aren't we concerned about the blood clot minerals? One of the reasons why we have not begun buying gold yet is exactly to address that. We are trying to establish what we call a chain of custody, where we have the traceability of this gold. We are only going to buy gold that is mined locally. We will be able to tell that on such and such a day, we went to this mine in Bueju, we went to Wagagai, we went to, you name all these mines here, right? And we bought this gold and we have the certificate that it was produced on this day, so that there's a chain of custody. We are able to trace every ounce of gold that we are buying to mitigate your concerns about the Dodd-Frank Act. So that chain of custody traceability is what we have been putting in place. So your concerns, your fears have been addressed in that area. And then the other issues on the disruption are things like, I think we have learned a lesson. The way tariffs are being imposed across countries by some advanced economy. So the question is, can you continue relying on that market for your export growth? Or do you need to develop your regional markets? And that's why government is taking the approach of promoting regional integration within the EAC, within COMESA, and within the African Union. But even as we address those, we also need to be mindful of some of the non-tariff barriers these member countries also impose on fellow member countries of the region. So that is something for government and the concerned regional integration arrangements to address. But we want to promote that intra-regional trade. And that's why Bank of Uganda is now working with the Uganda Banks Association to promote exports of light manufactured goods, agro-processed goods into the regional markets, because we want to diversify away from those sources where we're having those challenges. You talk of supply side disruptions. Why would you have to rely on a ship that is supposed to pass through Suez Canal, going through Cape Town, and by the time it arrives in Mombasa, the cost is high, and then you pay a higher price? Why don't you, if the regional market can take your goods, focus on your regional market? So those are some of the things. And then, of course, the issue of financial instability globally, which is going to make interest rates for borrowing from the financial markets relatively higher. So we're saying, why don't we develop our own domestic sources of financing? So all those issues I talked about, you said, okay, let's promote the small borrowers. We are rolling out a project called Okusevinga project, where a border rider, where a vegetable seller, where a hairdresser can be able to buy a government of Uganda security for as low as 10,000 shillings. So we're trying to mobilize those savings from those bottom of the pyramid. Currently, you need about 100,000 shillings to participate in the government security, but we're lowering it to 10,000 to enable all these fellows at the bottom to partake of the securities market that Uganda is offering. We're also promoting what we call the mutual trust, where all the small savers pool their money together for purposes of investment. So that's what we are doing in terms of moving away from this, from the disrupted world. And of course, the disrupted world is going to result into higher goods, the price of goods and services, which will make it inflationary. For anything that we are importing, the prices are going to be higher because of those tariffs. So what we're doing at the central bank is we're enhancing our capacity to deal with inflation, to mitigate the impact of that. So in brief, this is how the central bank is trying to deal with a disrupted world. There are more other things that the government is pursuing. For example, the pharmaceuticals. Why should you continue relying on the pharmaceuticals market in the US? Can't you promote the pharmaceutical market, market in the region here? So these are some of the issues that we are talking about. Then let me now go to the issue of SCEF and SBRF. Yes, you are right. You are right that some banks, when you go there, they either tell you that they don't have that money because they want to promote their products. We've been having plenty of town hall meetings. We've been going around the whole country, talking to the people about our products. And this is a common concern And as a central bank, we have taken note of it. One, at the moment, we are doing what we call a moral suasion. We are telling moral suasion. We are telling the commercial banks that this SCEF, the Small Business Recovery Fund, agricultural facilities, don't treat it like a substitute to your own products. But as a spirit of patriotism, all right, you need to not treat it like that. Now, if it doesn't work, we are asking government to increase the capitalization. Once we have enough capital for SCF, we are going to take actions that are going to change this whole thing. So that's what we're planning on that. Now, the question was, why don't you give this money to an agricultural bank? Colleagues, I have not seen any application submitted to Bank of Uganda to open an agricultural bank or to open a cooperative bank. Bank of Uganda has not stopped anyone from bringing an application that we want an agricultural bank. I challenge you, bring an application today. If you meet the requirements, you have the business model, and you have a proper management team, there's nothing that will stop Bank of Uganda from issuing that thing. We have not put a moratorium on opening of banks. So don't be misled. And there's a reason why the capital basis for commercial banks have been revised. We have various tiers of financial institutions. We have tier 4, where you have the microfinancial institutions, money lenders, and that business. We have tier 3s, right, where you have the micro deposit taking institutions. You have tier 2, where you have the credit institutions. We have tier 1s. All these institutions intermediate. They're all intermediate resources. So please go to that institution that fits your capital. We cannot bring this, we cannot begin segregating. You're a bank, you're supposed to pay 150 billion, others are paying 20 billion. It's not good for a financial sector. If you don't have 150 billion and you have 25 billion or something, go and become a tier 2. That will not stop you from intermediating. Tier 2s intermediate. When you have enough capital to become a bank, you become a bank. So there's a provision for all forms of intermediation. You don't have to be a bank to intermediate. So go to where your capital allows you to go. Okay? And then I agree with the issue of patient capital. I think I labored to say that patient capital is very, very important. Honorable Sandawala, yes, we need reforms in the pension sector. And that's why I say let's have a conversation. I also talked about bonds, expanding the bond structure, right? To bring in different type of bonds, sukuk bonds, infrastructure bonds, diaspora bond, green bonds. We are working on that, and I don't want to preempt the minister's budget speech, but we are working on that, all right? So we are trying to make sure that we mobilize long-term finance. Now, someone said, why don't you ask commercial banks to use their profits for long-term financing? Again, Honorable Soundela. You see, we cannot use commercial banks for development financing. The way commercial banks have been set up is not for development financing. If we want development financing, we need to unlock long-term savings, and if commercial banks can mobilize deposits of 10 years, it becomes easier for them to finance investments of 10 years. You cannot mobilize a deposit of 1 year to finance an investment of 10 years. What do you do when the borrower comes to withdraw the money? I think that is a challenge. So in the meantime, we need to recapitalize UDB. We need to work with the UDC. How can government do that while we are opening up long-term financing? But to ask commercial banks to use short-term savings, to use their profits for a business for which they were not licensed, I think is a bit of a stretch. And then I think I have talked to the issue of appropriating. Yes, I agree on the SCF again, but Also, sometimes it might be true that banks have run short of money on that, because there are some particular banks that are very, very active in SCF. I look at all these applications, they come through. They are very active. In fact, sometimes they overgive and they don't have enough. So they have to until they are reimbursed. And that's why we're saying that we need to increase the capitalization of SCF and SBRF. And once we've done that, then we can go and deal with the banks in that area. And then, of course, in terms of the other reforms that we're taking, we are working very closely with the National Identification Registration Authority of linking people's national identification numbers to their accounts, even to their mobile numbers if you're trying to borrow. And this alone is helping us in terms of identifying the borrowers for purpose of know your customer, and also for when you default. If you default, your default will be recorded at the Credit Reference Bureau, and it becomes difficult for you to borrow money, all right, because it will be attached to your ID number. Wherever you go, it will be shown. So these are some of the reforms that we're trying to ensure that people do not default, that we all become good borrowers. If you have a problem repaying, negotiate with your bank. Honorable Kiras, I don't know whether I've answered all the questions because there were quite many. Yes, it is it's a big challenge. We have what we call a demographic dividend, but that thing can become a curse if we don't deal with it. It is an issue that needs all the stakeholders to come together and discuss. The central bank on its own does not have a solution to it. It is a multifaceted, a multi-stakeholder discussion. And at a national level, bringing all the politicians, bringing all the civil servants. This is a big issue. This population can turn to be a dividend, or it can turn to be a curse. So we need to have a serious conversation. So Honorable Secretary, I agree with you entirely that we need to have discussion on it. Sorry? Okay. We have less than 3 circles, and I've not seen a requirement for them to meet the 10 billion. No. Because the issue is that those who have 500 billion as capital and savings of 1.5 need to be supervised by Bank of Uganda. But the licenses I've seen have not required them to pay the 5 billion for the MDIs. That's the best I know about it. Okay. Now,
Governor, I would like to request, first wait, I would like to request, because on a number of issues, you have alluded to a conversation. Let's have a conversation. Let's have a conversation. I'm convinced that in these few minutes where we are already time barred, I'm very convinced we cannot do much. Can we select people, especially those that have raised these very pertinent issues, and then request you to organize that conversation? Yeah, so that we sit and have a more in-depth discussion. And it's not only about what you're talking about, even the long-term financing, bonds and all that. You said, let's have a conversation. That conversation cannot be only by yourself. Yeah, I'm highly indebted. But anyhow, I'm under pressure. Governor, if you are committing, do you see how beautiful it is for you to interact with us? One question I will answer on his behalf is about, on one side you're talking about inflation being low and priding yourselves about it. On the other, the citizens are saying too far. We are dying, we don't have money in our pockets. How do you reconcile the two? Yesterday, I think from yesterday, we've been hearing and listening to interventions that are meant to bring people into the money economy. Am I right? Yeah, so Musevenomics, which we have been discussing, and I think that may be out of the governor's hands. That is income distribution or economic development versus economic growth. How do you redistribute? So the interventions should be for the economists, and then, because we are hungry, we want somebody to give us answers. So we are bombarding you, even things that we should be asking the Minister of Finance, even things that we should be asking the planners for this country. Now that we have you here, we want to bombard you. Can we have the conversation, and when and who wants to be on that table? I think people want to register now.
Okay, can I answer the question on UCB? You're right that at the time when UCB was taken over by Stanbic Bank, it was profitable. Yes. I agree with you. But you need to understand, why was it profitable? UCB had been stopped by Bank of Uganda from lending to the public. So what UCB was doing, it was merely buying government securities. The profitability that UCB recorded was a result of purely holding government of Uganda securities. UCB was never licensed to hold government securities. It was licensed to lend money. Now, when they lent money, they made losses. When they held government securities, they made profits. So the time when UCB was sold, it was because they were holding government securities and not lending money to the general public. That's why UCB was profitable at the time it was sold. I thank you.
Allow me to close this here and invite Professor Kiza. We can hold on to our questions because the presentations are related. Is it burning? Okay, I don't want anyone to explode, kindly, because it would be terrible that this conference ended with an explosion.
Governor, I thank God.
Where are the media? This is very serious.
For the opportunity I've had to address you. Mr. Governor, I am Eric Lubega. I am the Minister of Security in the entire National Fellowship for Born Again Churches in Uganda. Last week, we were in a Kololo praying for our country. And His Excellency came and closed that event. He apologized. There are quite a things of things you need to apologize. So we need to meet you, pray for you, and tell you more. Our motto says, our God and what? And our country. But we have forgotten God. Let's make an appointment. This is my request first. Appointment to meet you. Then kutegereza ekintu kye tulina okukola. Bino baliko, forget it. Now I'm 73. I'm born in Kampala here. I know what is happening in this country. Twalina reading marketing board. Twalina coffee marketing board. Zonna zakulozinga. So we need also to transform. But the only sector that can do that is the religious what? We need to pray for you, Governor. And the moment you accept that, you will see the whole world. But we just talk on economy. No, there's economy with the heart first. You see people here in the suits, but then in the pocket there is no money.
And yet for us without suits, there is money in the pocket. Why? Because God first. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you, people. Let's settle and listen to you.
Thank you very much. Chair, Honorable Chair, the Governor, the Central Bank, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I stand on the protocol that has been established. And I request the IT team to flash my PowerPoint. My name is Julius Kiza. I was invited because the organizers, UDF, Dr. Edward Katendi and others, have agreed that the elites, baby-faced elites like you, should interface with sons of peasants like me. And so I came to represent and amplify the voice of the Wananchi, the voice of the voiceless. And I am honored to be able to come with some of my young students. I baptized them junior monks. Could you please wave? Aha. I have trained many thousands, but I thought it is not good for an old man to interface with people who control the commanding height of the political economy without bringing along some young people who will process my retirement. So they need to be here. Kindly help them get jobs. They don't have jobs yet. You have heard the governor. The governor is here. And the Minister of Finance, the PSST. The big people are here. Kindly help these young people get jobs. They need to get jobs so that they can benefit from inclusion, the inclusivity of the economy. The topic I was asked to comment on is titled, Deploying Musevenomics for National Economic Salvation in the Age of the Toxic Policies of Donald Trump. So deploying Musevenomics for national economic salvation signifies that there are sins of commission or omission. So the preacher, you are in the right place. So in other words, we need to be able to think through and see how Musevenomics could help us. In terms of outline, I'm proposing that I briefly state the nature of the debate. I raise the central argument. I will not spend time on conceptualization because that has been done, but I will highlight the multidimensionality of Musevenomics. And I want to approach it from the comprehensive security architecture perspective, to be able to understand that Musevenomics is looking at a big dimension of issues. I will end my submission with an outline of what I propose, especially for National Development Plan number 4. I am proposing that we appreciate that in the state of the debate, we are seeing 3 distinctive categories of commentators. The first is the category, the person in the IT kindly, wake up. You are sleeping on the job. Yes, these are the distinctive varieties of debates. The first is a variety coming from regime elites. The second is coming from the critics, particularly those in the opposition. The third is academics. Regime elites are predominantly saying Musevenomics is working. We stabilized the economy. We did inflation targeting, IMF style. We are doing macroeconomic stabilization. Everything is working, including the border economy, which is being classified by very, very highly respected bankers as a mode of inclusivity. I would beg to disagree. Now, the opposition critics sometimes go overboard to argue that Musevenomics is actually working for regime elites and their close allies. That what we are having is good growth, which is nevertheless jobless growth. That we are having 67% of our youth unemployed. And I'm talking about graduate unemployment, not national unemployment. That we are having infrastructure deficits which are not being met. And where we try, the infrastructure we build is not for the 21st century. We are building narrow Wakaliga roads. Narrow. We are building in road reserves. And one of the churches at Kubiri, near Makerere, is built in a reserve. Instead of destroying the churches, we go to ask for waters to be blessed. So in other words, critics are saying that yes, there is growth, but this growth needs to be interrogated because it is not delivering the Uganda we want. The academia come in to say that we need to give credit where credit is due. But that means appreciating what's going right, but then being able to work on the shortcomings. The central claim of the academia is that Musevenomics must be seen as an instrument of what the German political economists call Staatsbildung, which means building a strong, capable state, building strong institutions, transforming the economy into a high-tech industrial manufacturing economy, and promoting the wealth of the nation, defined as the citizenry. The central argument I pose is in simple language called Kiswahili. Uzuri wa kitu kwa nje si usalama wa ndani. And I know the chair of the session knows Swahili, but also my sister, the moderator of yesterday, knows. Would you like to translate for us? Since this is a dialogue, I want to repeat. Uzuri kwa nje si usalama wa ndani. Kindly tell the people. Chair. The chair is not with me. This means that looks can be deceptive. That looks might hide underlying contradictions. That whereas there is a lot that appears nice, the skyline is changing, the hills are changing, the cars are increasing, that not everything that glitters is gold. For Chairman Mao, it does not matter whether the cat is black or white. What matters is whether it can catch the mice. Albert Einstein argues, and I quote, "You cannot do the same thing over and over again at the same pace with the same regularity and expect a different outcome." That for Einstein signifies the art of stupidity. The question becomes, are the dominant ideational norms, institutional configurations, and political economy strategies delivering the Uganda we want, the Africa we want? The corollary of that is very simple. In what ways can Musevenomics be deployed for national economic salvation in the age of Donald Trump's toxic economic policies? I am inviting us to go back to the basics. And kindly, the IT person, kindly flash that map. This is the basic question that President Museveni raised. And the question was simple. What is Africa's problem? You are seeing a huge continent. Within this continent, you can sandwich the biggest economies of the world, including USA, including China, second biggest, including now India, third biggest, including Germany, including Japan. You can sandwich these biggest economies and remain with space for other tiny things like UK, which fits in Madagascar. And you have others, in all of them sandwiched in Africa. In other words, for the mainstream economists, Africa has potential. The question from the citizenry is, who eats potential? We want deliverables. Could we please go to the next slide? This is, now I'm flashing, I don't know what's happening with the IT team. The headlines need to be shown because the IMF economics is what proportion of the $110 trillion is coming to Africa. Africa does not seem to exist on this economic map. What we are seeing is a share for USA, a share for China, a share for India, German, and other emerging economies. Africa does not exist. Kindly flash the next. About 50% of the $110 trillion across the world is controlled by 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 countries. Now you are people who have studied and defeated the best and brightest in Cambridge, in Southampton, in MIT, in UCLA, University of Sydney. You have defeated them in class. How come you are not governing our economy to deliver wealth? Can we see the next slide, please? Now, this next slide is doing reinvention of economic statistics. Statisticians are my friends, But the problem with the statistics is that sometimes they measure what is measurable, not what really measures. They count what is countable, not really what counts. This balloon, as a model of simplifying, using infographics to represent GDP per capita, the wealth of the nation per capita, is trying to show the proportionate share of each region of the world. Again, you are seeing USA, Western Europe, you're seeing Korea and Japan, and you're seeing China. Africa is statistically absent. Statistically, you can see it is squeezed in the middle, right in the middle. Statistically, we don't exist in the world economy. Could we please go to the next slide? Now, these are the questions I'm inviting us to pose. What did the rich and powerful economies do to become rich and powerful? This is a political economic question President Museveni is interested in. He might not pose it that clearly, but I teach it in the global political economic class. Countries that succeeded did the following to become rich and powerful. Number one, they adopted state-guided economic nationalism, not economic liberalism. What are we preaching the people here? All the best and brightest economists are saying, we did it. We liberalized the economy. We sold Uganda Commercial Bank. We sold Produce Marketing Board. We opened capital accounts, full capital account liberalization. You are celebrating a mirage. From the perspective of development, you create the wealth first. You grow the wealth, transform the economy, then you open up when you are ready to compete. We did put the horse before the cart. Number two, all successful economies embarked on a distinctive state-building project. That meant building a powerful army, building state institutions, including the bureaucracy, being able to embark on industrialization, industrial manufacturing, and being able to ensure that the economy and public institutions work for citizens, not just for the elites, not for foreigners. How much are we measuring there? We appear to be constructing an economy for a few elites and foreigners, not the ordinary citizen. So we are getting it wrong. Number three, export of gold and silver was prohibited or even criminalized. It was defined as hemorrhage. What are we doing? Full capital account liberalization. Foreigners are free to bring in as much money as they wish and take out as much as they wish. This contradicts the history of development, Musevenomics style. Number four, nationalistic industrial policies were not just put in place. Protectionism was the norm. Babysitting infant industries. The idea is that you cannot call upon a child who is 2, 3 years, 10 years to compete with somebody like me who has perfected the art of eating. You allow the baby to grow. This is why Mwalimu Julius Nyerere's message is beginning to sink slowly but surely. There are rules for boxing, but you don't put a heavyweight in the same ring as a featherweight. That would be unfair. It is suicide. Number five, export of raw materials was regulated. I'm not saying don't export raw coffee. I'm not saying don't export tea in raw form. I am saying regulate it. Why? You need some income. But you regulate it. Why? We need the raw materials for domestic industries, which we must create. So this idea of celebrating the bags of coffee exported, my friends, we are speaking a long language. If that model was working, why do we have 67% of my students, graduate students, unemployed? Why is it that the share of public finance to GDP is hovering at 14% over 40 years of visionary leadership? There must be something that needs rethinking. Number six, import of capital goods promoted. Why? Capital goods encourage us to produce wealth. So we encourage in the early stages, that's a good thing. So you may have a balance of payments issue, but if you have imported capital goods, that's a good situation. It means we create the wealth and we are able to grow rich. Export of capital goods prohibited, actually rendered criminal. What did we do to leader spinning mills? We adopted economic liberalism invited foreigners, and the foreigners stole our capital goods, Lira spinning mills. They knocked down the machines and took them. Now Lira spinning mills is actually a store, a grain store. You need to visit. This is your country. We do research and you need to come on board. Import of finished products, heavily regulated. What are we doing? We have turned Uganda into a supermarket economy. Unlock the opportunities. The secret and enriching the citizenry. Now, development of the if they remain exporters of primary commodities and importers of high value added manufactures. The next slide, please. According to President Museveni, Africa is the world's greatest donor. We are the biggest donor to the world. That's why we are poor. By exporting industrial raw materials, Africa donates jobs, donates wealth, donates value chains which are externalized, and revenue to foreigners. That view upholds the point of Ndikumana and Boyce, who wrote a book known as Africa's Odious Debt. I'm told it's okay to quote some sources, since you are all graduates. It's okay to sound a little academic, isn't it? Now, the view being advanced on export of raw materials is critical of the French physiocrats. Historically, French physiocrats, also mentioned in Musevenomics, were believing in God-given wealth, peasantry farming. And I have a friend here who insists we need food. Yes, the best way of ensuring food security is through income security, not by growing. You don't want all of us to go and grow crops. You want to ensure income security as a means to food security. In fact, whenever there is a famine, whenever there is a crisis, the greatest victims of famine are farmers, not industrial manufacturers. If farming really pays, why is it farmers that are the greatest victims of famine? Why is it that the most food secure people are those that are income secure? I'm inviting us to rethink this received wisdom as we plan for NDP 4. Julius Nyerere said, and I quote, siri ya maendeleo ni watu, ardhi, na uongozi bora. Meaning the secret to development lies in people, the power of the people, the citizens, land, and good leadership. I agree with all, except the issue of land. Because the issue of land is pushing us to look at land as the most important means of survival. And so you have a former Minister of Finance professing that he's now a farmer. Surely you're competing with peasants. Allow me to submit that nchi ya washamba ni nchi ya washenzi. We have to transform, and I will not translate that. Nchi ya washamba ni nchi ya washenzi. We have to transform the economy into an industrial manufacturing economy. I wouldn't like to see a professor of a university competing with peasants. No, we are underutilizing your competencies. We are underutilizing an economist competing with peasants. So why are you competing with peasants? Because when you are in office, you did not transform the economy. It would be wrong for a governor of the central bank to retire into peasant farming or to stay in office and say, until God takes me, as Tumsime Mutebile did. Can we transform the economy to create wealth? So for Mwalimu JK, for Mwalimu Julius Kiza, who is me? Mwalimu Julius Nyerere is the senior, I'm the junior. For Mwalimu JK, the information to me is abundantly clear. Katika karne ya 21, ngao ya taifa ni utengenezaji, si ukulima. Tupo pamoja? I want to repeat. Katika karne ya 21, ngao ya taifa ni utengenezaji, si ukulima. Who wants to translate for us? Madam Chair, kindly translate and I will stop soon. Please kindly translate for us. I want to repeat, because teachers believe in repetition as a method of teaching. We are East Africans, but we have not interested ourselves in Kiswahili, even under Musevenomics.
Asante sana ndugu.
Nashukuru.
This is my elder brother. The spelling there is Taifa, not Taija. What is written on the slide is a typo. It should be ngao ya taifa ni utengenezaji na sio ukulima. In the 21st century and going beyond, the shield of a nation is industry and not farming.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Yes, there is a typo. Thank you for correcting my error. So we want to agree that you are not going to create wealth of the nation if we stay stuck in peasant farming. Why? Nchi ya washamba, ni nchi ya washenzi. Now, the Uganda, the Africa we want, must be characterized by the following. Number one is a structural transformation from the Garden of Eden into a high-tech manufacturing economy. Why? In Swahili we say, uhuru bila nguvu ya kiuchumi ni hewa kabisa. That if you claim you have freedoms but no economic power, that is empty talk. That's why we must transform the economy from the Garden of Eden, which we received from the Creator, into a high-tech manufacturing and high-technology economy. Number two, we need a fundamental change from poor quality services to high-tech services of the knowledge economy and of the digital economy. I still hear people, well-refined monetarists, economists, and other professions celebrating that Uganda is exporting our children to the Middle East. Shame upon you. How can you celebrate the export of our citizens into slave labor in the 21st century. This is a shame. It's embarrassing. How can you continue to celebrate prostitution because that's a service? How can you, well-trained economists are saying tourism is our largest export earner? Wait a minute. Tourism is a commodity service. It means you are inviting foreigners to come and see you in your state of nature with no value addition. So why should you celebrate that? Why? That, in fact, the president calls that a vulnerable economy. But I'm seeing the planners, NPA, are putting tourism among sectors that must be promoted. You are putting music, and you showed somebody here, a star, that your priorities. Hello? Why are you fooling us? The singer, now I think that is politics, not political economy. Now, I'm inviting us to appreciate that even what we classified as presidential initiatives, you are misleading the president. Tailoring in the 21st century, hairdressing, does that require presidential support? Why wouldn't you address the skills of the digital economy, the 21st economy? Why? We are saying the economy is transforming. So I'm inviting us to appreciate that we need to rethink. The border economy is a shame upon us. It is a shame. It is a false model of inclusivity. These, I'm not saying shoot them down. I'm not saying remove them forcefully and put them nowhere. Now I'm saying there is a civilized way. You put them in business, technical, vocational institutions and training. Train them into the skills of the 21st century. Redeploy them. And that way, you've solved the problem on the streets, but you replace, they are feeling a vacuum. Remember, nature hates a vacuum. They are feeling a vacuum because you and I killed public transport, the buses and the trains which were there. And they have come to feel a vacuum. And they have felt the vacuum in a very false way. They are a nuisance. For me, it is embarrassing to hear well-trained, refined economy saying borders, these are a symbol of inclusion. If you remove them, the economy will collapse. That's a lie. Okay, now, the chair is saying I stop, but can I do two purposes? Just two. Number one, the next slide, please. I am presenting this, the Africa we want. Five minutes. Thank you very much for clarifying. The chair doesn't have a watch. To ask. Okay. Okay. Let me run through, because I think for policymakers here, I want to highlight this quickly and say that for Musevenomics, security was given primacy. Very, very important. And a number of people, when I say security is important, they say, are you the preacher of the Machiavellian rulers in Africa? No, we all need security of the individual and of property. The problem with Musevenomics elites is that they forgot that security is comprehensive. The focus has been on two things: regime security and state Now, this one is summarizing Musevenomics. I'm going to leave behind the PowerPoint. I want to be very disciplined. The chair is saying discipline, discipline, discipline. Can I go now? Have you presented that picture, sir? Because somebody is complaining, we are not painting the global political economy space. Please. Kindly, the next one. That one is showing you what's happening. It is summarizing. You can see people saying, you, come on, you. They nearly boxed each other, but somehow, thank God, perhaps it was the security that lifted one of these men out of the White House and was able to say, look, save the nation. Now, traditional models, and this is part of the global political economy architecture, that the traditional models built on multilateralism and open markets are now strained by the rise of nationalistic economic policies. I wrote on economic mercantilism, economic nationalism, for my doctoral thesis. This was several decades before Trump one came to office. But never did I ever expect that America would be a leader in reviving economic mercantilism. So in other words, I am a prophet, because the truth has come to pass. And we are seeing China, which has been very protectionist, babysitting its farms, and it embarks on major reforms in 1978, when a number of you people are already born, 1978. Now, China is the second largest economy in the world. But that's not all. China is the workshop of the world, manufacturing electronics, high-tech products, robots, products which are doing work done by artificial intelligence. And 1978 is when you people were here, most of you. Who is sleeping on the job? Why are we not doing the kinds of transformative interventions that China is doing? Now, China is preaching free trade to America. I never believed it would happen in my lifetime. Let me repeat. Protectionist China, which practiced communism and was told by the West to adopt capitalism, is now preaching America capitalist discipline. Don't overprotect. Let's compete fairly. Let's trade. Friends, I'm coming to the conclusion. Implications for Uganda. The president says, and I quote, we need to draw a distinction between the real economy and the vulnerable economy. And the president lists here tourism as a vulnerable economy, luxurious economy. Those doing national planning, please don't put tourism under the essential, the primary. It would be a mistake. Not sports. No, no, no. It is spirituality that I disagree with. Because the president is saying spirituality is also, well, I'm a Christian, but I doubt that spirituality would fall under the priority sectors. Now, to deploy Musevenomics for national economic salvation, I am encouraging National Development Plan 4 architects to embark on the following. First is to strengthen the president's idea of a productive army. And I'm saying army. The modern 21st century army's job is not just to shoot and kill. Can we have a productive army engaged in value-added manufacturing to save money we spend on military hardware and software, but eventually to be embedded with the civilian economy? The problem we seem to be seeing with UPDF is that it seems to be drifting from the CCM model, the Chama cha Mapinduzi model, which was Jeshi la Wananchi, which was the idea. You know, the Tanzanian soldiers are interesting. Even when they suspect you have committed an offense, they say, naomba nikutie nguvuni. Naomba. They are requesting to arrest you. Now, the Ugandan soldiers are different. Nitakupiga wewe, nitakuchapa. Now, we seem to be drifting from the spirit of Uganda People's Defense Forces, which is like the Tanzanian People's Defense Forces, Jeshi la Wananchi. And now we are saying, fanya fujo uone. Nyinyi, fanya fujo uone. Now, that needs to be restrained so that we can have an army, productive army, which works for the nation, for the citizens, for the national economy, for our national interests. And I want to add quickly that we need to learn from the success story of Taiwan. We are having a conversation on industrial policy. I'm a student of industrial policy. We are having a conversation on industrial policy which says the president wants value addition and we are only celebrating it. The devil lies in the detail. The successful economies such as Taiwan, China, embarked on the following. Number one was industrial transformation premised on capital-intensive industries. So you concentrate the resources of the state in capital-intensive industries, not PDM. Come on, why are we joking? From Ubonaba Gagawale, Emioga, we are giving tokenism to our citizens. You are the best and brightest in the land. Kindly shift from tokenism and create enterprises like Lira Spinning Mills, Nightil, regional enterprises, oil refinery. These don't have to be in every district. They don't have to be in every parish. I am uncomfortable with the parish development model because it is driven by tokenism. Come on, can we transform the economy in our lifetime? Yes, we can. Number two, you embark on high value added manufacturing, not agro-processing. Hello? Number three, you embark on stringent performance targets. Andrew Mwenda is a brilliant man, but he seems to have drifted astray. But in his submission, this is a point he raised, that we must have stringent performance targets. And so, yes, I see the Andrew Mwenda still has some good ideas. Number next, can we please appreciate that we must give priority to products that have chances of huge domestic markets? Not everything. Don't support everyone because your resources will be spread thin. Can we support sectors which have a huge, like textiles? You're all putting on textiles, aren't you? Scholastic materials, products that have potential for a large market. Can we, number next, emphasize products that have high income elasticity of demand, nationally, regionally, and globally? What does it mean? That as the economy grows, there are more buyers. But if you emphasize the supermarket economy, we are in trouble. And that's why we are having jobless growth. That's why the ratio of public finance to GDP has not gone beyond 15%. Yet you are graduates, brilliant people, monetary economists, the Minister of Finance, the central bank, and elsewhere. Why are we not thinking through what we are doing? We also need to interrogate global value chains. Why? Global value chains have two faces, not one. I've heard some of you say, look, join the global value chains. My friends, global value chains have two faces, not one. The first phase is beneficial, and it is beneficial to high-tech manufacturers. The second phase is detrimental. If you join global value chains as a supplier of low-value added products, you become a slave of the global value chains. In other words, global value chains have the potential to be chains of poverty. Now, could I quickly go to the last one? The last one. This is what I propose for those planning NDP 4. Number one, smart infrastructure. There is absolutely no reason why we continue to depend on Chinese to build our roads. What are we doing with our graduates in civil engineering in our different universities all over the country and polytechnics? Number two, I've talked about the productive army, doing productive business. Number three, we need 21st century broad highways, standard gauge railway lines, not border borders. I beg. Let me speak Nigerian. I beg. Not border borders. Number next, we have to address Afande General Saleh's scarcity of arable land question by 2040 by promoting Israel-like smart agriculture. I have not had that conversation since yesterday. Smart agriculture means you're doing interventions in farming that are leveraging big data, e-sensors, artificial intelligence, and the Internet of Things. These are the spaces we must occupy. That means that you don't need every one of us doing farming. You're going to liberate a lot of us to work into factories and high technology sectors. We need a few people to feed us, but we need to do things the smart way. Smart agriculture is the direction. Israel has demonstrated that it works. Israel is a semi-desert. How can Israel outcompete us when we are the Garden of Eden, gifted by nature, but cursed by elites? Madam, thank you very much for the patience. Thank you very much. I appreciate all of you. In Swahili we say, shukran zangu pokeyeni, na dua njema na wawombea.
Asante sana mwalimu. Tunakushukuru kabisa. I think it's beautiful, it's wonderful, it's intellectually stimulating to hear a different voice. I think so. I believe so. And civilized intellectual discourse demands that you have an open mind to listen to what you want to hear, the good one, but also listen to what you may not want to hear, because it's from listening to what you may not want to hear that you will improve on the good things that you've already done. For me, as a person from where I'm sitting, and I think a bulk of people on this side, including those from Operation Wealth Creation, we should appreciate the different voice, the different views, the different ideas. I would like to thank Professor Kiza for the ideas he was bringing in, saying, when you are considering NDP4, please do consider A, B, C, D. That is very positive. Jobless growth. I think some of these catchwords should not leave our minds, because that's why we have sat here for 2 days. We could be doing our peasant agriculture, but we decided to sit here. So the takeaway should not be only the positives, but as Ugandans, also the bad and the ugly are ours, and we have to embrace them. One thing I like and love about General Saleh is that he has an open mind and he will listen to the most contradictory and even controversial views. Actually, I was wishing, I don't know if he's still online listening, because you will tell him what you think, however bad it is. He will listen. He will not say, shut up. He will not say you are wrong. He will not say you are kipinga. He will not say you are kipinga. But some of us, we are so intolerant to a dissenting voice, to a different point of view, that somebody is branded an enemy. So Kiza can easily be called an enemy of progress. And yet, he's pointing out the gaps and also giving us some possible solutions. The reason I thought I would hurry you through is because I wanted to give an opportunity, at least for 1 or 2 people, not to thank you, I've already thanked you, not to disagree, because, I mean, we are not in court where one person will be right and another one will be wrong, and then there is a verdict and another one goes to prison or takes 10 years of capital punishment. No. We are exchanging views and absorbing them. If somebody has got a point where there was no clarity, I see one hand there, where there is no clarity and you need clarity, or where you totally do not agree with the view expressed by the presenter, but you have a different view, very candidly, put it across. Once again, I was told not to open this up, but I thought it would not be fair to you and to him. Kindly keep it as short as possible. KISS, right? Keep it short and simple. There's the first hand that I saw. Where is the microphone?
Is here, Honorable Chair. can I suggest that we take just one lady and one gentleman, and those who have not yet spoken, Honorable, if you don't mind. You are the chair.
Hello, thank you so much. My name is Arnold Ankunda.
Who is Arnold Ankunda? Who is he?
Behind.
Who gave you the microphone? Okay, now that you have it, just 1 second, ask.
Yeah, my name is Arnold Ankunda, and my concern is about tourism. Tourism sector is a bit left behind. These are people, we are seeing our counterparts going in different countries, I think blending their countries on these, big football teams, which call for investors. Maybe in a country like Uganda, we have a wide tourism sector, which I think if tourists come this side, we can at least get some investors who can maybe invest in different sectors, hence, uplifting our economy. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, sir.
Thank you, moderator. My name is Dr. Mlumba Fauz, an economist. I work with Office of the President. With all the presentations, I've not heard about the aggregate demand acceleration. We are talking about more of increasing supply, but no model is showing increase in consumerism or consumer behavior. So I would like to be guided. How do we uplift a peasant to consume when we acknowledge that the rate of interest is high, the cost of living is high, despite the fact that the interest rate is low? So we need a model that appreciates that. Whatever we get, be it PDM, be it industrialization, stays in the pocket of the peasant, so that that peasant is able to transform him or herself.
Thank you. There's a lady I saw on this side. Is that a lady? No. With your hand up. You are a man. I saw a lady somewhere. Well, the ladies will come up. Charles, there.
Where?
There. I think, Doctor, some of these are not questions. You may not respond. But for me, I believe that the more ideas we get from the audience, the more enriching it will be, even for the organizers and the policy people, to pick the ideas. Yes, quickly.
Thank you so much, Madam.
Okay.
My name is Ejayat Joel. I am a student of senior monk. As he baptized, that's the junior monk. I am equally as junior monk of Professor
Kindly
Julius
go
Kiza.
to the point.
The point that I've got is that out of the discussions we have had, we have learned that so many of the youths of my age are evading this country to go and look for something to do outside. Why? Because they have graduated and the jobs here, the minimum wage of this country has not been updated from 1984. And as we can compare to our immediate neighbors, Kenya improved on their minimum wage last year, 2024, on 1st May, and it increased to 6%. So what I want us to have here taken care of is the factor of the minimum wage, because people are okay to go and clean toilets abroad and they earn 1.5 million because they can't be in offices or any other job sector in Uganda where they're earning 10 million.
The point is taken.
Thank
Minimum wage. Afande Philip Idro and the one behind him. We said I'll give priority to people who have not spoken.
Yes, thank you very much, Chairperson. I need to talk a little bit about the PDM, which is one of the OWC and General Saleh's program, which was challenged here. Then we appreciate the challenge.
The mic
we appreciate the challenge on the PDM. We are from General Saleh's office, so maybe it's wise we answer it. The issue of PDM is not yet well evaluated by most people. So it's understandable when they get it from the concept level. But evaluations have been done. And if I showed you pictures of how very many people have changed their lives all over the country, you would be surprised. Of course, there's a cost to it. There have been people who have drunk the money. There have been people who have married wives with the money. There have been people who have done wrong things. But I think this is the cost of the country. Like when we said we needed to give the women 1+ at the beginning when NRM came, they were laughing at women.
1.5 points.
1.5.
To enter
But
the
now you
university.
look at the women. They have caught up. That's the cost society pays for abandoning people. So in this case of PDM, we did calculate for a 40% loss. It may not have been stated clearly, but we did calculate. And I think we have done much better than that 40% loss. Because a lot of the people down there needed just a little bit to change themselves. And if you notice now, the latest data has indicated that we have gone down from 38% to 18%. And this is because the poverty levels, if you understand them in the country, were 2. The very, very poor people, by the way, are school children, old people, and those who are sacked from jobs which are... So that category did not qualify for PDM, and that's the category lost. But PDM was for those who had a little bit of facility, who just needed a little bit of prodding to make a change. That will take some time to explain, but that is really what happened. So I wanted to say that PDM, as far as we are concerned, has had its success and it's growing. In any case, that is the tax money they were paying, which was going to IDRO to decide as a PS. So we said, you decide there as Mwalimu in the village. And it is your money you paid tax for. So if you lose it, so that's the justification. Now, you did talk also a little bit about jobless growth. I think if you teach the people the wrong syllabus, they can't get a job. And I think that's where the issue has been, and there's been a recent education review to see this, because the data is very clear. We have been having 480,000 people doing what they call cognitive education, graduating every year. But these people who are hands-on, what you call psychomotor, we graduate about 60,000 of them from 1,600 technical schools in the country, both private and government. All of them have jobs. So we just need to fine-tune and change that. So basically, what I'm trying to say here is that while you have explained some of these things, when you come to the application from the local situation, I think the other countries like Taiwan you are quoting, the situations don't apply. Because basically, even in their country like China and so on, the East Asia, there was a division between high-intensive industries and high capital-intensive industries and high labor-intensive industries. In China itself, Shanghai is high capital-intensive, Guangzhou is high labor-intensive. And when you look at it, the country which the British brought out from nothing was high labor-intensive. And it changed over time. So you have to accept these realities so that we are very clear. For instance, I can tell you,
I hope you're not making a long presentation.
Last one. We have capacity to gin 1 million bales of cotton. But last year we ginned less than 100,000 bales of cotton. A lot of equipment, no raw material inputs. So if these things are not balanced, you just can't come and put in factories of high caliber without associating with supply lines and raw materials. So there's a lot more to consider. And that's why PDM is also considering that factor. Thank you very much.
Sorry, the issue of supply side constraints as an impediment to sustainable value addition and industrialization. I'm sure that it's been picked. We are concluding. Yes, Muse. No, after him, yes, you'll be the last.
Thank you, Uganda Development Forum, for this very important national dialogue. I wish it could lead to the other one I want most. But it is really a very good semblance of it. I am speaking for National Planning Authority on behalf of the board and management. I really want to appreciate Uganda Development Forum for this high-level engagement, brainstorm, at a time when we are launching in the next 2 weeks the NDP4. You've really done a very good job, and I want to inform you that we have decided as National Planning Authority, in the line with the presidential directive of the 10-fold growth strategy, and aware that 2040 was our vision, we are now going to do a long-term plan beyond the 5-year plan, so that by 2040 we are catching up. And I find this presentation is very useful in terms of what we need as a country. Since NDP4 has been discussed many times and NPA, I want really to appreciate you for agreeing. We now have a planning framework. We started from the stabilization, the recovery. That was, coming from a crisis. But we have since become realistic enough to go into this medium-term and long-term framework. And I want to thank PDM Secretariat, my honorable colleague Galabuzi, when he gave us an example of Western Europe post-World War depression. They used the Marshall Plan. It was a big push. The concentration camps were turned into what we are now calling cities. It was intentional, it was big push, and it was big resources which were voted for that. And it's possible. Some of us proposed it in the northern Uganda under NUSAF, but people were very sentimental. They just wanted to remain with customary land. Right now, northern Uganda would be the best investment decision if we had chosen to have a big leap borrowing from the big push model. And Dr. Prof, it is good to have the big push. Yesterday, somebody made the case for nucleus model, the Kachira, the Lugazi model, the Kalangala model, where you have outgrowers working with nucleus, and where you have everything perfect with all the pillars you would want, rather, right from the agro inputs, the nucleus inputs, the machinery, markets, but there is this group which government is intention to target, the ones which are outside the money economy. So I don't think we can dismiss the PDM completely. What we need to talk about, how do we make sure the other 6 pillars are simultaneously being implemented?
Thank you so much.
We can also not speak against externalization of labor. Our neighbors in Rwanda, we talk about indigenous companies and banks in Ethiopia because of diaspora remittances. What we should be condemning is sending house girls. We should be sending engineers. We should be using what the Philippines do, send technicians, so that it's not only it's actually brain gain. It's a brain gain if they go out there and acquire more technology, get more exposure, and they come back with remittances.
Thank you very much.
I just
NPA.
want to end as NPA by proposing to UDF the possible topics which I think could be for the next presentation. Yesterday, I raised the issue of energy, and today Andrew Mwenda helped me to push further.
Can you list them?
Energy. One of them is the energy.
One.
It is not
Number
true.
2.
It is not true that we have too much power. The power we have is not sufficient if all the industrial parks, the iron and steel are done. That's one. What we need is that when we generate, can we also have the simultaneous plan to distribute it and it's used? The other topic I think we should discuss without mincing words is the debt stress. Because a big percent of our budget is debt servicing. We must be realistic to discuss the issue.
You don't have to talk to each and every point, sir, because people here do understand.
So on behalf of NPA, we are willing to take a lot of these presentations, and we have topics we think we can discuss in the next development forum. I appreciate.
Wonderful.
Thank you so much.
You are the right person. Charles, do me a favor and allow this Mzee to say something, and then that will be it.
Mama, Bakyese bannange
Sebo.
nze nja kwogera mu Luganda
Tekina mutawana. I'm
kubanga
going,
oluzungu saalusoma.
it's okay.
Abakadde
He's
banfaako
going to
mangu.
speak in
Ensonga
Uganda.
ezindeese mu maaso g'abakulu bange abakazi abaami n'abakyala ziri ensonga ssatu. Ensonga esooka nkusaba okutegeereza President waffe omwagalwa ne General Salim Saleh okuzzawo banka y'abalimi Cooperative Bank ne Commercial Bank. Kubanga abalimi oba abaddugavu nga tebalina banka zaabwe baba si bakozi.
Ekyokubiri.
Ekyokubiri nkusaba okutegeeza ekyasuula banka n'abantu ba Uganda kyali ekintu bwe kiti. Nze ndi mususuzi wa mwanyi ndi omu ku badirekita aba Coffee Marketing Board. Ebyumi 530 byonna byagwa lwa nsonga eyo emu gye ngenda okwogerako. Siyali gavumenti wabula gaali amagezi gabannaffe abazungu. Bwe twatuuka tugenda okwesabira okutwala emwanyi mu katale k'e Bulaaya, Pulezidenti n'atukkiriza. Kaakati munnaffe bamuyita Mugambwa, abazungu be yali yaguze emwanyi nabo ne bamutuukirira. Ne bamugamba nti naffe twagala okwetuukira ku balimi tugule wansi mu katale k'ensi yonna. Tugule emwanyi ku balimi. Bwe yabakkiriza nga tumaze okujja ssente mu mabanka.
Kati muzeeyi totutwala mu sitore kubanga bali mu kuŋŋamba.
Eno ensonga y'abaddugavu kye twatuleese wano ne basitala
kankuwabule nze chair kankuwabulemu wano wetutudde ebyo by'oyogerako biyinza obutayambibwa wano naye tulina foramu endala. Mr. Ivan Asimu oyo mmanyi omukulu Ivan Asimu
obigaanirwa kwogera Luganda oba lwa bukadde
wangi
obigaanirwa kwogera Luganda oba bukadde
ngambye omukulu Ivan Asimu oyo
bwe tubanga twazzi wano ku nsonga y'abaddugavu n'enkulaakulana y'abaddugavu wanzikiriza okugira ng'ogambe nti kijja kukkiriza kwogera kuba twogedde Luzungu.
Nedda.
Oba ojja buli mukadde tojja kutegeera by'oyogera. Niyo obanga otegedde nga ndi munnayuganda era nga ndimu ebyuma biri wano bimutwalirabe. Ekyasuula ebyuma byaffe eby'emmwanyi 53 twali kukkiriza abazungu kujja kutwala mmwanyi kuzitwala ne batujjako indasitule ezaffe ez'abaddugavu. Ne batusuula nga sente tumaze okuzijja mu banka tetunaba kuderivalinga kutwala mwanyi bweru. Ne batusuula nga bamaze okukkirizibwa okujja mu balimi okugula emwanyi. Buli kiro y'emmwanyi emu ne bagisala siringi 8 nga sente tuzijja mu Cooperative Bank, Commercial Bank ne banka endala. Buli alina kiro omutwalo gwa kibooko yafiire miliyoni 8. Kyekyasuula indasitule zaffe ez'abaddugavu. Bwe muba mwaze kuzimba baddugavu twagala muzeewo indasitule ez'abaddugavu ez'emmwanyi zitufaanana ng'ate abikula mukulu Salim Saleh abikulira. Twagala muzeewo indasitule zaffe ez'abantu ababwasi ez'emmwanyi indasitule ez'emmwanyi ezaabo omuli ne Banyankole Ekweteranyo Busoga Union Bugiso Union n'endala nnyingi nnyo 530. N'ekirala ekisembayo njagala musaba Pulezidenti Museveni ne gavumenti yaffe omulungi omwagalo atuzzeewo Coffee Marketing Board tufunemu ebintu bibiri. Ekisooka naye kimuyamba buli muntu asunsulira gyansunsulidde emisolo gya gavumenti bagibba. Ekyokubiri twagala okuba nti tukutegeeza nti n'abakebera emmwanyi bululi bw'akatale k'emmwanyi bonna babeere mu kifo kimu Coffee Marketing Board naffe tuganyulwemu nga baddugavu kuba indasitule yaffe gy'eri esobola okutereka emmwanyi za myaka 5. Twagala okulaba nti tulina indasitule zaffe ezitufaananafu abaddugavu Bannayuganda ez'abalimi ab'emmwanyi. Indasitule ezimwogerako ez'abazungu zikola byuma zikola sabuni agamagezi si gaffe mutuuzeyo mu magezi agatufaanana webale nnyo nnyabo.
So that was the last intervention on this session. Professor, I don't know if you want to say something because I'm really under pressure, but allow me, ladies and gentlemen, to recognize the presence of the British High Commissioner, Her Excellency Elisa Chesney. Thank you so much for coming. We're very happy to have you. Half a minute, because Most of these were actually not questions, they were additions. I think there was one question, there were comments. Thank you very much. After him, I will not come back to thank you. No, I'll come back so that you can thank me. I'll come back.
Okay. Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. I understand that this is dialogue, so it needs we have a conversation. And in that spirit, munzikirize ntandike n'omuntu omukulu asembyeyo. Abalala ne bene sibazeemu at least omukulu. Mukulu, ekya Cooperative Bank abangi tukyogeddeko naye nze ndowooza ab'obuvunaanyizibwa batandise okukikolako leero okusinga luli naye nga singa tulaga can we show ani akola ku nsonga ya Cooperative Bank omukulu oyo mwani please give him audience sebo muganda wange omukulu oyo agenda kwogera naawe ku kintu kya cooperative ffenna twaganyulwa mu cooperative so n'olwekyo ekyo tulina okukiteekamu amaanyi n'abanoonya obululu bakimanye nti ekintu ky'abantu amawulire amalungi gennina kiri nti cooperative ezimu zitandise okuddawo General Sale yantuma menya nkole kweteerana netulaizinga issues nga bannange muzeewo ebintu byange UNDP yampasenti kuwandika ku cooperative nempandiika General Sale yansindikira reporting nga simanyi nti yagifuna yaginsindikira nga agamba n'abalala batambulire ku report eyo so cooperative ndowooza government etandise okugizaamu amaanyi ngamba ziri ezedda si circles bannange now you elite circles make us move in circles not to transform now my friend Afande the PDM, I'm going to request an appointment. I did a study on the PDM for the World Bank recently with a team of 5 experts, and we have our studies. But permit me to share one quick point. PDM falls in the tradition of small steps improvements, not big steps transformation. The president under Musevenomics is saying we need structural socioeconomic transformation. Yes, you'll get there through PDM, but through baby steps, one baby step at a time. Do you want drastic improvements in your lifetime? Why don't we behave like China? In your lifetime, you say, I want to see this. Honorable Minister, former Minister of Finance, wouldn't you be happy to see changes happening in your lifetime? Chetwagala, we are not saying PDM is wrong. We are only saying we need interventions that will lead to structural transformation. And I'm putting it before you. Instead of scattering 1 million every parish, please concentrate that money in growth enterprises, big farms, selected priorities like textiles, which employ all of us, and grow value chains. So I am not saying you are wrong. I'm only saying you can be right. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
I think some professors are stubborn. Let's just accept that Kiza is one of them and give him a big round of applause. And to prove that he's stubborn, he said he thinks I'm pregnant and I wanted to go and have a baby. I'm over 60, but anyway, it's good to mix laughter with serious work. Philip Idro Afande, he was talking so much about China, I forgot to mention to the audience that he was our ambassador to China, so he knows what he's talking about. I see Afande Daudi, you were saying we close. There are some people I fear to say no to. I thought he was saying give me 1 second. Okay, this brings us to the end of this session. Now you can clap for me. You can also clap for me.
I think, ladies and gentlemen, we will all agree that this afternoon we have only had stubborn people, including the chair herself, because it is only stubborn chairpersons.
I am not stubborn. I was amplifying the voice of peasants.
and stimulating the mind. It is only stubborn chairpersons who asked to be clapped for. I thought that is my work to ask the audience to clap for you, Honorable Kiraso. Indeed, you deserve a clap. You really deserve a clap, and a big one. Thank you all, and thanks for the enlightening afternoon that we have had. Her Excellency, the British High Commissioner to Uganda, Lisa Chesney, and your colleague, thank you very much for joining this dialogue. Thank you so much. Two quick announcements. One is that as we are talking about knowledge stimulation, there are some two important literature books at the back. One is titled Grace Unlimited and written by Dr. Patrick Bitonda Birungi, the ED of UDC, that has been a major supporter of this dialogue. Birungi is there. If you want to see him, you stand up, doctor. You shouldn't shy away. If you want to get his book, you will see that face on the book. It is at the back. Very enlightening book. I read it in 3 days. When he sold it to me, he gave me actually a free copy, a gift to read. And it was very, very exciting. A story of persistence, despair, hardships, and triumph. Very good book on economic development and many other things. The second one is titled Transformative Economics, Understanding the Pathway to Economic Transformation by our Deputy Governor, Professor Augustus Nwagaba. So it's also at the back. Kindly buy those books. We are going to have the final panel right now. And I am usually very transparent when managing a function. We thought it wise that since we were left with only one panel and then the wrap-up summary by Dr. Patrick, that we should just finish them so that we break for lunch and whatever we can do, networking, but after we have exhausted the discussions, because we had late tea. But now, as I invite, we are going to have a discussion on inclusive development in 30 minutes. And the presentation, leftover presentation by Honorable Dennis will form part of that panel. Allow me invite the chair, Edward Katende, who is our Executive Director of Uganda Development Forum that has brought all of us here. As he comes, I want to request all of us to stand up. Let's stand up, all of us. Stand wherever you are, don't move. Just stand up as Katende comes here. Just, stretch yourself a bit. Just, stretch yourself. And you can do that. Turn a bit. Do it once more. I can see people who were poor students in class, they are not doing anything. And then when you get blood clot, you will complain. Aha. You can now resume your seats. Thank you very much. Let us put our hands together and welcome Katende. Mr. Katende, you are standing in the way of our lunch and break, so kindly do the needful. Invite your panelists, including Honorable Dr. Dennis. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Charles. My panel is basically about inclusivity, which is one of the principles of Musevenomics. I think when the professor presented, he did not consider all the principles and what problem each of these principles is trying to solve. When you talk about infrastructure, Musevenomics has that as one of his principles. And the president is the biggest promoter of SGR as we speak today. He's also a promoter, he talks about inclusivity. Inclusivity is not tokenism. But what Museveni demonstrates to us is that extremely poor people, while you are working on those big things, the industries and what have you, the extremely poor people can improve their livelihood by earning much more, by focusing on high value, labor-intensive agricultural enterprises. Those who are into agriculture, he talks about intensive farming. If I am farming on 1 acre, as Uganda works on industrialization, the people of Kagere Kamu Parish, where I do my farming, how are they getting out of poverty? They are still farming there. So they focus on high-value agricultural enterprises. And today, we have a documentary which we want to play about this particular concept. We went to Kisoro and looked at a community under the parish development model, which focused on a high-value agricultural enterprise, and that enterprise is onions. So the documentary will speak for itself. So before I invite my panel, I wanted us to look at that documentary. But I also want to say that export of labor, like you said, it's one of the distortions in the factors of production called labor. Professor, you give us graduates that cannot find jobs in Uganda. Yes? And is that our problem? Is that the problem of academia? Is that the problem of Museveni? As we fix the short-term problems of getting them jobs, we also need to look at the education system itself. If these kids can create jobs for themselves here in the country, there is no need to become labor as slaves in other countries. And then spirituality, Prof, is not a sector for Musevenomics. Spirituality is a basic human need. He has 9 basic human needs, and spirituality is one of them. Whether you believe in the God of Israel or you believe in Mukasa of Buganda, or you don't have any, this is your spirituality. Mukasa has Bigali, the God of Israel has tithes. What Musevenomics says, every household must have a decent income that enables it to afford the basics of life. And that's where he mentions the 9 basic human needs, including spirituality. If you earn anything and you are a born-again Christian, you go to Sunday service, your pastor will ask you to give a tithe. And if you don't give a tithe, some of the preachers will tell you it is a sin to come to the house of the Lord empty-handed. So you can see the importance. So if our documentary for Kisoro is ready, please play it here, and then I will invite my panel to expand on what we are discussing.
Breathtaking beauty.
Thank you. With some sound, please.
Of the Virunga Mountains, a quiet revolution is taking place. The people of Kisoro are transforming their lives through a single crop, onion. For many years, farmers here have toiled to make ends meet, grappling with limited resources to grow their enterprises. But today, a new dawn is breaking thanks to the government's Parish Development Model, PDM, a grassroots wealth creation initiative designed to transform subsistence households into the money economy.
The strategy has always been about household income generation for socio-economic transformation, but more so to have a parish as an epicenter for service delivery. And His Excellency noticed that it is about getting directly in contact with the mwananchi. But right now, PDM is dealing with wealth creation and job creation. We are going into agriculture, give cheap credit to the beneficiaries, to the populace, and organizing them very well into cooperatives.
With the right vision, the household is now given an opportunity to select an enterprise that maximizes the available factors of production for that household. For example, land, entrepreneurship, and markets. Then, after the enterprise selection, they are given access to affordable capital. And with affordable capital, that's not enough. You are helping the household to now invest that capital wisely. Issues of agriculture, advisory services, agriculture extension are key. Under the PDM arrangement, the commitment and hard work of the households is paramount. But of course, lastly is the connection to the markets. With higher yields come higher incomes. With higher incomes, transformation becomes inevitable.
The parish development model is creating waves of transformation across Kisoro district, positioning it as one of the best performing districts in the entire country. The program has ignited a powerful shift in mindset from subsistence to commercial production, as residents embrace farming and animal rearing with a clear business focus. Across villages and parishes, individuals are turning their lives around through purposeful investments supported by the PDM.
Onions have been the best performers in that the net profit actually goes beyond 95%. And you will find that the entire area of Muramba and Nyarusisa, as well as Kanava, people are transforming their lives. Their lives have been transformed as well, in that permanent houses have been constructed, children are going to private schools, as opposed to the past where people were depending only on public schools.
Onion farming has long been a key enterprise in Kisoro, but access to capital has often been a hurdle. Under PDM, each beneficiary receives 1 million Uganda shillings at an affordable interest rate of just 6% per year, repayable over 3 years. Before receiving these funds, beneficiaries of the PDM are taken through a rigorous vetting process conducted from within their respective community groups. Only those who meet the criteria and demonstrate genuine commitment to development are selected. The data of successful candidates is then carefully captured into a digital platform known as the Parish Development Management Information System, PDM-IS, ensuring transparency, accountability, and proper tracking of progress.
We have been using the PDM-IS, all the processes, from household registration up to disbursement, including loan processing. We have never done anything outside the system. We are digitizing everything from A up to Z. And with the supervision from the leadership, both political and technical, as well as the sub-county teams, we are able to monitor the performance of these enterprises and technically backstop everyone so that they benefit from this approach of PDM.
In Kisoro, we started disbursing money in the financial year 2023, and so far we have disbursed more than 16.6 billion. And these ones have gone in the 55 circles, and we also have beneficiary households. We have so far around 14,600 households. All of them have received this other money.
Once a street vendor, Gad Neretse is now a happy and prosperous PDM beneficiary. Gad, like many others, was severely impacted by the COVID-19 pandemic's economic difficulties. His hawking business collapsed as a result of lockdowns and movement restrictions, which made it more difficult to make a living.
Njyewe muri kureba hano na mvuye kure ko nakoze imirimo myinshi ndi gushakisha, ariko mu bushakashatsi bwo nakoraga nari ndi umutemberi nitoreye Uganda, Kampala, Masaka, Jinja, Moroto, Kotido ndetse na za Gulu hose, ariko ntinagira icyo mbonayo.
Inspired by the pandemic setbacks and the prospect of a more secure future, God made a bold decision to return to his native Kisoro to embrace agriculture.
Ko nageze hano mu cyaro mbona umushinga wo president wacu yari yohereje muno witwa PDM, yumvishe ko bari kwigisha, yumva binyuze, nanje ndasaba ngo kuri izo shilingi zo president ari gutanga nanje mboneho, baranyemerera kuri izo shilingi mbonaho shilingi $1,000,000.
He used this capital to establish a 1-acre onion garden. His dedication and hard work soon paid off. In his very first season, God harvested a bumper crop that earned him an astonishing 16,840,000 shillings, a life-changing amount he had never imagined making.
Izo shilingi ko namagiye kuzibona mbona nshomeshaho abana banje kuba bamwe batari bari kujya ku ishuri, tandika ubuzima busha, ubwo kubona $16,000,000 nagize ubuzima busha butandukanye n'ubwo nari mfite, abana batangira kujya mu ishuri. Ubwo muri kureba iyi nzu ndetse ndavuga ngo ko mbonye izi shilingi kangure n'inka zirawunzanira ifumbire ninongera guhinga noneho nzabone nyinshi gusumba izo nari mbonye. Ubwo aho nziboneye imyaka 2 irashize, ariko muri gushaka izo myaka 2 ubu n'ubundi butunguru ubwo nari mbinzemo ubwo nongeye guhinga, nongeye kongera kuguramo amabati kugira ngo nsakaze, nongera nguraho n'ubu umurimo wo muri kureba hano.
Charles Gihungu is yet another shining example of how the parish development model is transforming lives. As a beneficiary of the program, Charles decided to invest his funds in onion farming, a decision that is steadily changing his life for the better.
Sente za PDM zarangoreye cyane, twarazifashe turangije kuzifata ziguramo ibirayi bireberera urugo rwanje, uraho n'ubutunguru ndatera, abana babona uko baja ku ishuri, ni nziza cyane, nta n'uwagira icyo yazivugaho. Na n'ubwo umunsi kuba abana banje bari ku ishuri nizo sente zo nabonye za PDM. Akandi kantu ko nshoboye kwikorera mu rugo, nje ndahingaga n'uwamba akandi gasende nakubaka nk'inzu igaragara yabo kugira ngo abana baje baramenye bati data yabonye izi sente zidukurukuranya kuri iki kintu, kuko nk'ubundi mu nzu y'ibiti nta kapamanende mfite.
Behind these individual triumphs is a dedicated support system that comprises extension workers and community-based facilitators. These professionals have played a crucial role in Kisoro's PDM journey. Practical training centers, which adopt the Farmer Field School concept, provide hands-on guidance to beneficiaries before funds are disbursed. They ensure that recipients have the knowledge and skills to succeed, and most importantly, they provide continuous support and mentorship even after the money is received.
That is where we are emphasizing that before you get this money, you should know where to put it with a business mindset. You make money and you transform from the subsistence status to the commercial status. You enter the money economy.
Buri mwaka batwohereza $1,100,000. Kandi izi shilingi kugira ngo tuzigabire abaturage, ibina bimaze byicara bakitoranyamo abakwiriye gufata, barebeye uko bashobora kuba bafite ubushobozi, mbese barebeye ubukene bwo barimo.
To further leverage the spirit of togetherness and collective growth, farmers are organized in their enterprise groups and a multi-purpose cooperative called PDM Sacco. The PDM Sacco runs an aggregation center in the parish. Here, farmers bulk their individual harvests, allowing them to access various markets across Uganda and neighboring countries with one voice. This approach improves bargaining power and ensures consistency in supply, better pricing, and shared knowledge among farmers. And given the labor-intensive nature of onion farming, a myriad of jobs are created along the value chain, most especially for women and the youth.
That 100 million is a seed that is put into the parish economy. Within the parish economy, there are people who are dealing in agro-inputs, like they sell seed, they sell or produce and sell manure, and thirdly, of course, the entire value chain, which is now being organized from the farm to the aggregation centers where big trucks come to pick the produce and distribute it to markets far away. The trick is money should not leave the parish. The money should stay and create opportunities within the parish.
Indeed, with a clear household vision, correct enterprise selection, proper technical guidance, linkage to markets, and sheer determination, onion farmers are rewriting their future through the power of inclusive financial systems. This is PDM, a true seed transformation at the grassroots.
Thank you very much. So we wanted to present a full picture of what PDM is about, because very often it is misunderstood as the 100 million that is sent to a parish. But that 100 million comes with a lot of support that is starting to change lives. So we wanted to share this with you. And there are a couple of stories like this, which our president has been showing everywhere he goes. So I want to invite my panelists to join me. Dr. Ngabo from Chisoro, who will come and expound on what is happening so that anybody who has any specific question can ask him. You don't have to believe take our word for it. He's there. I want to invite Raymond from the presidential hubs. I know the Prof touched his space as well in the presentation. So I want him to come and respond. Honorable, you will come last once these people have spoken, because we're a big drum. And then you conclude, and we leave. So I think I will start with Dr. Ngabo to complete the Chisoro story. And then we go to the presidential industrial hubs to see how these are being used as case studies for the Musevenomics principle on inclusivity. Dr. Ngabo, over to you.
5 minutes. Thank you very much. I'm glad to have this opportunity to speak to us. Mine is very brief because this documentary shows everything. If you don't believe, you come to Kisoro and see. You come and see. I have always had issues with the theory because there is a way it is widely different from practical. You cannot run before you crawl as a baby. So much as PDM is helping our farmers take small steps in transformation, it doesn't mean it is a bad approach. It is working. Now, I had a short presentation. I don't know whether it can be projected here, but for me, I'm saying what I have been seeing, what I experienced, what I saw, and what is happening right now. You have seen the houses that we are having there. In the 90s, the entire Kisoro district was almost having grass-thatched houses. Now you have seen, you can't trace a single house which is grass-thatched. What do you call that? I am a product of UPE. I'm also a product of government sponsorship, the national merit at Makerere University. I'm a veterinary surgeon. What do you call that? We used to hear that Kisoro experienced a very devastating famine called Rupesi. And Musei Mateche, the hero for Kisoro district, is known for saving our people from death because he gave them maize. You cannot hear famine in Kisoro today. We just experience a short spell of food shortage in the month of October when most of the seed is planted. Then after that, we are good to go. Famine is off. What do you call that? Operation Wealth Creation supplied 494 heifers to Kisoro district. Now, when we made the census last year, those animals have multiplied to over 1,300. Those are the animals that are giving us manure that we are using in onion and potato production. What do you call that? Those are practical things I'm talking about. Because now if you look at everything as a general picture and you don't concentrate at the specifics, you miss the point. You are telling me what to do, but you're not telling me how to do it. Tell me how to do it. If you think you have what is better than what I'm doing, I will appreciate it. It is unfortunate that the projector is not showing what we have here, but the houses in Kisoro are very good. You should come and see. As opposed to the past, where we had only one person calling herself a midwife when she was not, and one gynecologist. Now we have very many doctors. Each sub-county has a health center 3. We have 4 health center 4s with surgeons. We have private, not-for-profit hospitals, 2 of them, Motolero and Clay and Senga. EMTCT services, antenatal services, immunization services are there free of charge, covering whoever goes to the health unit. What do you call that? Of course, we are having a number of challenges, which is normal. And I'm glad that in this conference, I have seen very many professors talking to us. I've given a few recommendations in the layman's language. I'm hoping that you will help us improve them so that we get practical solutions. Where you can't say solution, undertake action research that will help us, not the research to put in the shelves. Please, we need immediate solutions. Now, we have a problem of price fluctuation. When these farmers harvest at the same time in large volumes, the prices fall. Our farmers don't have stores where they can keep these onions for some time as they wait for the price to improve. We were proposing that if we could have standard stores for onions at these collection centers, this can solve the problem. 2, there has been deliberate exploitation of our potato farmers by middlemen and transporters. We are proposing having a physical market, maybe in the city. We call it like a PDM market, where the farmer can interact directly with the buyer, a farmer or a farmer representative. They interact and negotiate. We are also proposing an e-marketplace where the producer can negotiate with the buyer over the internet. They make the deal, the buyer delivers, or the farmer delivers, or the buyer goes to pick, but not having very many middlemen that will exploit our farmers. Now, inorganic manures are very expensive, I'm concluding, and because we have young volcanic soils, these inorganic fertilizers are now causing a reduction in production instead of improving it. Therefore, we want to continue enhancing the utilization of organic manure. And in that sense, as a practical solution, if there is a way each household in the district can have a cow, not for milk, but for manure purposes, that is a practical solution to that problem. And lastly, we have made tremendous serious losses because of floods, hailstorms, and some dry spells sometimes. And that is why we propose that agricultural insurance be implemented as soon as possible. I thank you.
So that's the story from Chisoro on the parish development model. We should now look at the other components within this space of inclusive growth. And I will invite our colleague from the Presidential Industrial Hubs to share with us their story, and then we can have a conversation.
Thank you, Ndogo Katende. I'm Engineer Raymond Kamjisha, the Director for Presidential Projects and Industrial Hubs at State House. We do several things, but today I'm talking about industrial hubs, which is the initiative of the President as a mitigation measure, as I will explain. I'd given you some, I think, video to play. Okay, but I can explain as it comes. One, I would like to thank the organizers of this forum, that is the Uganda Development Forum. I would like to thank Operation Wealth Creation, PDM, and all the partners and stakeholders, UDC, for making this happen. Interventions like this help us sometimes share ideas, but also some people, it's an avenue of venting out some challenges that we carry, like we have seen. So I'm glad to be part of this, and I will take just a few minutes to explain to you what happens at the industrial hubs. One, I listened very carefully to PSST as he was talking about, and our senior, Honorable Victoria Sechtoreko, put it properly that he talked about 3 challenges and didn't talk about the last 2. I was equally intrigued because one of the biggest challenges in this country is unemployment. Unemployment is categorized in very many ways. There are those who have skills and don't have the jobs. Like we have seen that some people, one of the presenters here said that 67 of our graduates don't have jobs, meaning they are trained, but they don't have jobs. But we also have those who are not trained. I will borrow. Good enough, I've seen Honorable here representing the National Planning Authority. In the last forum, we had 4.2 million youth or Ugandans in Uganda belong to a group called NEETs. NEETs, these are people who are neither in education, employment, or in a training. Can you imagine? 4.2 million people. If they put them around here, you do. How many people do we have in Kampala? Around 4 million. Imagine the whole population of this town here, with all the people that move in this metropolitan area, without any job, or they are not under any training, or nothing. They are there. Now the question is, where are they? So the statisticians will tell us, the researchers, they'll tell us where those people are. Maybe they are in a certain Mzigo, cooking in some bit of a marriage or something, but they are there. So the need is very, very big. I've seen all the good interventions we have talked about here. We are not talking about those people. We are planning for just a few people, save for PDM maybe, but these other good interventions are talking about maybe 30%. You people have gone to school, but I can tell you the need is very big. And to make it more practical, I will ask you to be kind enough, each of us here, how many dependents do we have in our homes? How many? Are they very many? Very many. You have people who depend on you, and the number is very big. So you have a maid, you have a cousin, you have some. What is the end game for them? Will they depend on you all their lives? Don't they have a future? So the need is very, very serious. So it is good that as we talk about Musevenomics, we talk about those people. Because if you don't talk about them, it is just a waste of time. But good enough, the president has looked through and brought also some interventions to cater for those people. Although the intervention is not that, because now at industrial hubs and Kampala skilling, these initiatives of the president, we can only take on 20,000 per annum, 20,000. We are planning to expand to make 100,000 per year. So if 4 million or less people, you divide by 100,000, we need how many years to solve the problem? Close to how many years? Those who do mathematics. We need very many years to solve the urgent problem there, assuming they are not producing even. But we know Ugandans are fertile, they produce. So the problem is serious. So what are we doing, or what is the president doing in these initiatives? We have 19 zonal industrial hubs that are across this country. I know them offhand. Every region of this country has an industrial hub. Go to Acholi, there's one. In Gulu, go to Madi, there's one in Ajumani, in Pekere village. Go to West Nile, in Zeu, there's one. Go to, that serves West Nile. Go to Lango, there's one. Near Lira University that serves the Langis. Then we have another one in Karamoja in Napak that serves Karamoja region. There's one in Soroti near Teju Fruit Factory that serves Teso. We have another one in Sebei, in Chepskunya that serves Sebei region. In Bugisu, it is located in Imbale, that is in Honge village. The one for Bukedi is in Chibuku, in Tirinyi town there. The one for Busoga, it is in Nakabango, here on Kamuli Road. The one for Greater Masaka, I saw Dr. Gerard Senda were looking at me. It is in Chimhanyi, near the district headquarters. There's an industrial hub, one there. The one for Greater Mbende is in Chibuye, in Muvede there. The one for that serves Mengo zone, it is in Kayunga, in a village called Gangama. The one for Greater Ankore, it is in Rubaya. The one for Chigezi, it is in a place called, it is on Katuna Road, Kamgangu's village. Professor Augustus, the deputy governor, is a beneficiary. At least his people of Chigeza have been served there, so he knows the place. So if you go to Kasese, they have one in Mubuku. If you go to Ntoroko, there's one near the district headquarters that serves Fort Portal City. Then Bundibujo and then Ntoroko. Then we have one for Toro, it's in Chijuiga. So the one for Bunyoro is in Masindi. So I know the one for Makerere. I'm going to come to that. Yes, this is a don from Makerere. So we have, in Central, we have those three, but we have 9 skilling centers within Kampala. Metropolitan here. So we have and we get hides and skins and make leather. Then from that leather we make shoes, footballs, what have you, all those belts. They are being made at those. We train people how to make them at industrial hubs. Also, I'm told 1 minute, but I'll conclude in a few minutes. Also, we teach people bakery and confectionery. We want to have some good pastries, so we teach the children how to do them. Then also building and concrete practices. We are now adding the plumbing, adding electrical, adding the automobile mechanics. All those people, we don't take any qualification. We teach in the local language. That's why they are regionalized. If you're from Acholi, they teach you the Acholi. So, not knowing English or whatever, it doesn't stop you from making this nice table here. So, that's the approach we are using. We don't charge money. It is a fully sponsored program by the government of Uganda through State House, the president. So, and they go back. When they go back, we have been having a challenge of startup capital. So we formed circles, 121 from all administrative units of this country. There is a circle, industrial hub circle, and starting the next financial year, there will be capital for those people to start on something, borrow something, and then you're able to start on the initiative they have learned. Then also, that is to do with the skilling. We also have value addition under industrial hubs. We have silos. We have constructed silos in Mbende, also in Masindi, as storage for those the maize that sometimes is in surplus. Then other areas, we are trying to work with some people in Chigezi on some type of seed of Irish, and we can make some of these things here, like crisps. Imagine, they say our Irish can't make crisps, that it has so many dots. So we are trying to see how they can do it, work with farmers, and we're able to do that. So we are trying to, that is in the area of value addition. Then we also have in Mbarara, this banana fiber, what they call it, we're making paper bags out of them in Mbarara there. Also, under industrial hubs, we have common user facilities. The president saw that some people don't have access to machinery, so in all those centers, we have a common user facility where machinery are there. You can go there and be able to do your work at a small service fee. Then also we have 4-acre model. Uganda is an agricultural country, but we are not often trained enough on the best agricultural practices. So we teach about 4-acre model, we teach about urban farming. If you're renting, you can do something as you rent, you get a sack, do something, make some vegetables, and you're able to sell them and earn some money. So we have so far trained close to 46,000 Ugandans. More are in the Kampala Skilling Here program that has taken some time, like 7 years. But industrial hubs, now we have skilled so far 17,000 and so Ugandans who have gotten these skills. Some of these people have left, and because DIT, which was assessing them, was giving them an equivalent. For example, engineering brigade, they took, UPDF engineering brigade, they took over 400 former trainees of industrial hubs and took them on using the qualification of an equivalent, and those people have finished training, they were passed out. Now they're in engineering brigade working as masons, as carpenters, as, you know. Uganda Police is also taking on some, as they took some of our tailors to join their garment factory. So these people need to be what? Absorbed. And I think I am calling, since I have a forum now to talk to you, this intervention alone, like I've said, the people, they get to 4 million, those who are in need. Each of us who has something, we need to at least skill one person, do something. Church organizations, you need to start skilling people so that they can have some money also to give back. I've seen some people of God here. Yeah, you can do something, you can skill these people so that they can also have some money to bring back to the church. Those who are privileged, we can start upskilling centers and also so that we can absorb those people. Lastly, I'll share my story. I was traveling near police headquarters there in Nakuru. A young man, my window was down, and the young man saw me not steady, so he came and picked my iPhone. He crossed the road and whispered at me, he's like, call me. Yeah, he said, call me. Then, of course, I had another phone, so I called. He saw me carrying 2 phones. So I called him and we had a conversation. He told me that you people who are privileged, I can see in a Land Cruiser moving. For us, we are privileged, we are not able to make ends meet. So that's why we resort to picking your phones. We sell them cheaply. Like, for example, I know your phone is very expensive, but I'm going to sell it at 300,000. So we bargained. Please, sir, can you bring it here? What is like? I don't trust you. Okay? So, this is a lesson. Okay? All the insecurities that we have, it is out of those people. Now, and we've had some people, so I told him to go and register somewhere and be skilled. He didn't tell me his name. I hopefully he went to be what? To be skilled, I told him. So, before it happens to you, let us all embrace each other and make sure that these initiatives, those people who are lacking these skills, we can have productive people, they can contribute something. I don't think executives are the ones who set up this platform here. I don't think executives are the ones who have put these writings here. I don't think the people with ties are the ones who print these things. I don't think the people here seated here are the ones preparing our meals. All these people can do something. They are Ugandans, they are here, so we need to listen to them. And the way the president has opened the way, and mainly the president has been emphasizing free education and saying parliamentarians and what have you, those the people that be are blocking it. So we need to make sure, because those who start P1, only a few finish P7. And those who go to secondary, the graph goes on what? The pyramid goes on narrowing. So we need to make sure that all people are skilled so that they can get employable skills and get better. I say all this for God and my country.
Thank you, Raymond. I want us to leave the platform, but I invite Honorable Galawizi and hand over to him. But Raymond also challenged me because he reminded me of a sad story when I was still in primary school. I messed up in Kampala when I was in primary 5. My mother sent me to my grandmother in Mukono as a punishment. So when I went to the village, of course we were not putting on shoes. It's not even the teacher who wore a shoe. So life in the village, I've never been beaten in class by a girl academically. I was always very bright. Now I went to the village and I met this girl called Joy. Joy hit me in the first, she was number 1, I was number 2, and there was another Ronald who was number 3. So we started the competing, P6, P7. the ideas of industrialization and these big things that we see in Europe. But those people should not be in poverty. And that's why the principle of Musevenomics on inclusive growth is so important. So ladies and gentlemen, join me to invite Honorable Garabs. I think he has run away after hearing my story. Oh, I thought my story kicked him away. So let me hand over to Honorable Garabuzi. There are a few people who want to ask questions. Is it for me or? Okay, you can take over. You have 20 minutes. No, 20 minutes are too many. People are hungry, tired, and I think it will be. No, I actually want to take the questions. The interaction is what we are looking for here. So thank you very much for your touching story, Edward. Every time I hear it, it's changing and becoming lighter. The first time I heard it, it was actually very moving. I did cry now. I'm tougher than that. But, and thank you to the panelists here. Now, I'd come with a glossy presentation to make. But after listening, and it was good that I got, I don't want to call it a feedback, but I got the thoughts of the members here about PDM. And I could hear some cheers around here when Professor was talking. Professor, with all due respect, I disagree with you 110%. Because of one issue. Not that I dismiss your opinion, but I just disagree. I just disagree, and like you said, it's okay to disagree. First and foremost, I've also noticed, Edward, and my team that is here, that we need to do a little more, not even a little, but a lot more sensitization for people to understand PDM. So in the context of development economics, when I heard Professor, and I'm sorry to keep on referring to you, I want to be politically correct, in a condescending voice, condescending presentation of some of the programs of the president and ideas and opinions he has over the economy, I then realized that we need to be more practical than theoretical. I realized that sitting in conferences and swinging on chairs in our offices and lecture rooms may not necessarily be helpful. And it's very good that this particular documentary of Kisoro, among the very many documentaries we can play for you here, in different parts of the country and regions of the country, success stories. It's very good that it played, and there was practical evidence. A person who got 1 million shillings, the 1 million shillings the likes of Professor think is little money, think that is peanuts, think that is tokenism. That 1 million shillings transforming someone's life, one that had lost hope, one that was vending all over the country, decided to go back home, borrow 1 million shillings, and make 16 million shillings in 8 months. I don't know whether you call that tokenism. And I think we should be a little more serious. And I'm sorry, I'm going to concentrate on you have a very good way of convincing people. I think that's why you're a lecturer. But use it positively. Let's try to use it positively. And for me, when I was starting the presentation and the historical background, I mentioned two fundamental issues. The first one was
the purpose of leadership. Each of us here, because of the peculiar positions we hold in society, we're all leaders. Now, leadership requires that you understand and diagnose the problems of the society. Have an ideology, strategy, and plan of execution. What exactly were we trying to solve here? We are trying to reduce on the subsistence in the country. These people are dependent, and I give you a statistics. We have 51% that is soon getting into the so-called productive age, demographics. But we haven't planned for them. These underage, the ones who are below 16 years of age, they're the dependents. But even the 49%, out of those 49%, 38% of them are living subsistently. You look at our revenue collection, unfortunately, we don't have a URA person here, and you tell me the biggest taxpayers, or even the tax base we have here in Uganda, who are the people who pay taxes? 0.8% of that population pays taxes, or at least contributes to the revenues and the so-called taxpayer, the money we are talking about. The money that you want to invest in big industrial projects, big infrastructure projects. So, how are we going to widen the tax base? How are we going to get people involved in the money economy? However small it is, however little the contribution will be, there will be in the money economy and baby steps. For us, Abaganda have a saying that kamukamugwe muganda adiringana mauri agajjamu mukuto, that small sticks will create a bundle, and that if you keep on doing something over and over again, just changing modus operandi here and there with a similar objective, you will finally get satisfied and get results out of it. I also don't believe in some of the quotes you put here. But anyway, opinions are like noses, everyone has one. So I have an opinion, you have an opinion, and many people have opinions. But let us try to respect leadership and something that is very conceptual, like something that we conceived under the PDM. Now, enough of that ranting. I would like to, first of all, thank you, DF, for this opportunity to have a feedback or an interaction with the academia and the elite of this world, of this particular part of the world. But I would want to tell you something. There is a school of thought that says agrarian economies are backward and moribund. That for you to have to move, to leap from third world into a developed world into first world, you have to go away from agriculture and get into services and industry, like many people say. But you see, I have a different school of thought. These people that are advocating, all that use that particular methodology in the West, do not have a peculiar advantage in the agriculture sector. They don't. They don't have the good weather. They have to invest a lot for them to get high yields and productivity out of agriculture. It's not their peculiar entrepreneurial roadmap that they can take. For us, we have that advantage. We do have that advantage. And food is a basic need. If you feel that you want to go and take on their journey with different parameters, because they were premised on different parameters. Their journey was premised on different parameters and different situations. Ours is different. I don't believe in that school of thought. So, ladies and gentlemen, I like debating. I like debating, but probably this is not the right time to debate, most especially with the sugar levels really going low. But I am very happy and enticed to actually do much more than we are doing to prove the naysayers wrong. And Professor, before I leave, no bad feelings. I really need to get your number and we have a debate for even, if you want to lecture, if you want, it's okay, you can lecture me, but we shall have a debate up to morning, if that is the whatever. And you would also want to be there. My mom would also want to be there. So there are so many things I would have wanted to say today, but I will just leave it with one last thing, that our next battle in the PDM, after establishing and doing all these things that you're seeing, is to change the way we are doing things. We have been a production and supply-led economy. Now we want to change the approach to a market-led production and economy. And with that, we are concentrating on three components: market sourcing and creating proper targeted value chains. You see, he was talking about the potatoes. I went to Mandela and I told him there are so many PDM farmers in Kabale who are organized in these enterprise groups with so many potatoes. He told me, fine, he gave me someone. Go with him. When I got there, the man said, bring all of them, put the sacks there. Out of like 10 sacks, the man picked out 4 potatoes, 4, and said, this is what I can buy. And I asked him why. He said, this is the variety I need. The rest, I don't know what they're going to do. You know, potatoes have very many different varieties. Those that make chips, those that make crisps, those that make mashed potatoes, you know, they're all different. But we have a very, very undeveloped value chain right from supply up to the market. It's not jointed. There are only 2 commodities in Uganda that we have developed a very well thought out value chain. That is milk, of course with the intervention of the president, and coffee. Probably maize to some extent, but even coffee not yet. We haven't yet reached there, but at least it has some semblance of organization. The rest, it is to whom it may concern. And there's no way we can make things work that way. So our next battle is market sourcing, targeted value chains, developing targeted value chains, and value chains that have some good chivalry. And of course, putting there the enablers. Now the enablers are things like extension services. But extension services from government may not be enough. We need extension services community-driven extension services. And that's why we are introducing something called community-based facilitators. Anything that is community-driven will yield results even faster, but more sustainably than something that is imposed on you. That's why the PDM is promoting the bottom-up approach. So, Professor, one last thought. Hairdressing, sir. Hairdressing. And what was the other one you say? Is a skill. No, you don't, because we listen to you. We will respond later when we meet. It is a skill. The intention objective is to make people get some income. That is it. So it is just encourage us to have a skill. You're the ones who say we have a very unskilled population and it is very difficult to get jobs for them. We are now trying to skill them, then you're critiquing. But anyway, it is a very good discourse that we have had, and thank you very much for the time you've given this presentation and the time you've given to the conference. So thank you very much. And Edward, thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you very much. Prof, as we discussed before the conference, I requested you to provoke us, and we have become so emotional on this side that we are responding directly. So your provocation worked. We have little time, colleagues. We have very little time. But I wanted to give one or two elders to also correct what the Honorable Galabuzi said. They are here. Both of them are former ministers. The other one was the custodian of our money for a long time. And another one was the head of our farming for a long time. So I want to give both of them, Honorable Victoria Sachoreko and Honorable Sendaula, a right to say something. Then for the rest, those who can take coffee, we can continue the conversation over coffee. Those who take beer, we can have a conversation over beer. But for now, I think we have to close. So Honorable Sachoreko and Honorable Sendaula. So people are complaining. Is it on?
Excuse me, mine is not to react to his statement. No. Otherwise, I certainly feel I share his views. Only one thing that he stated was those two items. I disagreed on the two items. Two items. And most importantly, coffee. I don't know how we get to address each other, but let me say, whoever finally has to communicate whatever we put together, that we accept, one, the revolution, the marketing and the arrangement under the Musevenomics under Musevenomics, yes. the liberalization of coffee, liberalizing the marketing of coffee. Yes. Ever since coffee was really the monopoly of government to market, they set up the Coffee Marketing Board and so on. When I was Minister of State under Sir Richard Kensuka in the Ministry of Trade, that is the time when we liberalized the marketing as a result of government policy, liberalized the marketing of coffee. And in fact, removed this duty from the Coffee Marketing Board and then licensed and set up UCDA, which has since been dissolved. The whole process has been moving on and moving, but not very smoothly. Unfortunately, while there is this big demand, global demand for coffee, while we have we are getting a field day, while we're getting very good markets and so on, and recently we had a law passed on coffee. I think it was passed last year. We have to ensure that we implement that law, and very quickly. We have to implement that law very quickly. Why? The issue of quality, handling of coffee. Right now, it is the harvesting period in Masaka. I am picking my coffee just like everybody does. But as I go around, those friends of mine who go to the western region and so on, if you get to Mbirizi, some of those areas where they are picking coffee today, you really see that in the yard, where they have dried the coffee, either it is on the bare floor or it is, if not only the bare floor, it is on a tarpaulin, but 50% of the produce of the coffee is green. I was, as a junior minister, my role was coffee. Again, when I was in Ministry of Trade, as a Minister of Trade. And I can tell you the issue of quality is so vital to the coffee.
And I'm pleading very sincerely with you friends as leaders in coffee growing areas, kindly let's pay attention to this very important crop. Because it is food. This is food. So you just cannot handle it anywhere, anyhow. Handling it anyhow will deprive us of the privilege, opportunity that we are having of the high prices that we are earning today. Because even the actual act of marketing, when you are processing to market, you've got to ensure that the husbandry was done properly in the first place. The husbandry was done properly on the crop in the first place. Here we mean a lot. After we've had the new law in place, what is it that is required? Is to ascertain that even the nursery beds, people who are going to run the nursery beds, the Ministry of Agriculture has to move to ensure they license, they handle the people who are handling the nursery beds, from which people, because everyone is enthusiastically going to coffee, but it is going to be a shame at the end of the day when we get either the price or losing out on the price because of the quality. That is one. Two, handling, post-harvest handling. How are you handling this coffee? Kindly let's handle the coffee properly. Some of us, our life depends totally on coffee. And if it is mishandled, that means a loss to all of us, and it means a lot to the earnings of foreign exchange in this country. That is what I wanted to put across.
Honorable Sechitoleko.
Thank you, Gerard. Now, the children, I'm glad that somebody came here to specifically address the children, because like I said, I'm over 60 and I'm in a minority. These are the majority. If we don't take care of them, they will take care of us in their own way. So I'm glad something is being done. Secondly, I have always asked this question, and I'm not going to give up until somebody does something really sensible. I come from Nakawa, and if you are from Kampala, Nakawa has 3 technical colleges. We have got Lugogo, Nakawa Institute, then Ntinda. All those in just Nakawa. Now, when you start putting up industrial hubs, in Nakawa we have got 3. That is not a problem. But for me, what I don't understand is why the 3 technical colleges are under-serving, they are half empty, and then we got to put up makeshift colleges. When I keep asking the question, I'm told it is because those colleges require O-level or something like that. Honestly, when I used to be in government, I was powerful. Did the government lose power? Can't you manage that? So I will leave that there. That is a question I want you to think about. Why can't you? It is okay to have those hubs, but really 6 months for anybody who has ever learned any skill. We learn by doing, and we perfect by practice. How much practice can you have on 1 computer or 10 computers if there are 100 of you? Let us use the little resources we have maximally. So that is my comment on that one. Now, potatoes. Potatoes, onions, whatever. Uganda, we are in trouble. Basically because there is not a single value chain which is complete. Those people of the whole of Chigezi, Sebei, Nabujisu area, who grow onions, all the seeds of onions are imported from Europe. Or else you go to Tanzania and get something which looks like onions where you are not guaranteed. So if anybody was to cut us off, because whatever we are doing, we are competing with somebody else. If our competition is cut us off, just cut off the seeds. Now, specifically on potatoes. The potato seeds we plant come from Netherlands. They go to Kachwekano. We turn them into planting material. Now, let me tell you this. I know I don't want to tell stories, but this is true. When I was minister, we had agreed that Chigezi was going to be potatoes, that all the potatoes grown in Chigezi were seeds. We even had a budget, and the money had been given to us, just like we got the money for the milk. Now, unfortunately, Kabale got another DC who had no idea what potatoes was all about. When the potato seed was ready, he said, oh, we need the potatoes. By the time we were ready to pay, they had eaten, sold, and whatever, the potatoes. That was the beginning of the sad story of potatoes. So if you are from here and you are from Chigezi, this is what I want to advise. When I'm not here, my job is chairperson, Uganda Agribusiness Alliance. what do? We grow, develop, encourage, and promote value chains. We are the ones actually promoting the onion value chain. It is not easy. We had started with potatoes, and I think there is going to be a potato meeting very soon. But Uganda has nothing to show. So if you are from that area and you are interested in potatoes, I suggest we get together and see what we can do about this value chain. I thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. I want to release my panel. Colleagues, I'm really sorry. Every good thing comes to an end. So I only apologize, but I told you we have a cup of coffee for those who have no problem with caffeine. But those who love a beer, we can continue the conversation until tomorrow because it's a weekend. So I want to say thank you very much for the time, and I hand over to our Masters of Ceremony to lead us into the next session. Thank you. But Dr. Muhumu's, I think, wanted to make a quick announcement very quickly because he loved this conversation and he came whispered to me that there is another forum where we can continue the debate. But let me allow him to say it, and then Mildred can take us to the next session.
The times of Honorable Gerard Sendaola and the others during the structure adjustment program, the Uganda Economics Association used to hold monthly meetings to have these discussions. We are bringing that back, and I just wanted to remind you that on the 10th of June, as we said at 2 p.m., Hotel Africana. We have venue for all of us. It hosts over 400, 500 people. Let's come and be there to restart these conversations on policy matters. So that announcement I thought shouldn't go away. And for those of you who are quoting in Nyerere that there should be lightweight and heavyweight, unfortunately the global economy is not structured that way. It's just like a national park. The antelopes, the lions, the buffaloes all live in the same space. If the buffaloes had where to go, they would have left the park. Same thing with the antelopes. So Uganda cannot create a Uganda of itself. We must live with America, with China in that national park. You just make sure, how do I avoid being gobbled up to extinction? Those are the discussions we are going to have at Africana 10th of January, and thereafter we shall be meeting at the British High Commissioner's residence, a few of us, to chew the card on selected topics for concrete, actionable points. Welcome. June, which is next month, and our subject will just have received the State of the Nation. So we already have what to discuss, even if there was nothing else. And in between the budget, 2 days after is the budget speech. So we are putting economists right where they belong, discussions.
All right, yes, 2 p.m., June, not January like he had said. Yeah, it's going to be June. So ladies and gentlemen, you know our discussion is fruitful, engaging, and eye-catching, or, you know, mind-blowing when people still have questions. If I asked to give a round of questions right now, you know we would leave here at 7 p.m. like yesterday. But I am not going to do that because our time is really, really fast spent. But I know that some of us joined us a little later on, and probably some had quite a lot of work to do, and you could have missed up on some of the conversations that did come through. And I am going to request that we'll have Dr. Birungi give us just a wrap-up, a sum-up of what our 2 days have constituted. And I want to thank you all for keeping here. Professor Kiza also at one point said, Uganda is gifted by nature and cast by elites. How many agree? I know we would now go into a conversation once again. Anyway, I was just bringing that up. But let's welcome Dr. Birungi to come and just give up a summation of what the 2 days looked like, and then he will let us know who will be speaking last to close off this conversation.
Thank you, Mildred. My job is a simple one. In the interest of time, to try and take you through the last 2 days. You will appreciate that even when we were submitting more new ideas were still coming up. So we may not have captured everything now, but for sure the team is busy working on a detailed report. And once we finish that report, it will be shared. As General said yesterday, it's important we produce a report of this meeting, and the Secretariat is working on that report. I know Her Excellency Lisa had been recognized, but I want to recognize her again because just last week we had very successful meetings. We had very successful meetings in UK. We had the Uganda Airlines Business Forum, very successful, and therefore we welcomed Uganda Airlines to Gatwick. And then we have the East African UK Investment and Trade Forum. This lady, Lisa here, organized very, very successful meetings in the UK. So I request you clap for her. I was privileged to be on the mission that was there in those discussions. So on behalf of all the participants and the organizing committee of the conference 2025, we wish to express gratitude to all of you, our dear participants, for the last 2 days. We organized under the umbrella body called UDF, and Katende, who chaired this last session, was the man running behind the scenes. I think, I don't know where Katende is, he should come back for recognition. So all of you received emails, telephone calls, SMSs, and everything. This man is a star. So he managed to bring us all together for this meeting. Later on, I was privileged. He told me to chair the organizing committee, but to be sincere, he did the work. Okay, having noted that, we had a big committee. From UDC and from Operation Wealth Creation, from the different media teams, and you did a fantastic job. We thank you. I wouldn't stand here and even give a summary if I hadn't been permitted by my board chair, who has attended the 2 days quietly seated at the back. Chair UDC, Mr. Godfrey, please stand up for recognition. Godfrey Hura chairs the board of UDC. He's been there. Yesterday we had other board members, but they are not around today. We noted that the Musevenomics Conference is a result of the unwavering and visionary leadership of His Excellency the President of the Republic of Uganda, General Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, that has transformed Uganda since 1986. We've had presentations from very many key Ugandans, including General Kalebak and Wanaho, Chairman UDF and the Chief Coordinator OWC. We had Honorable Norbert Mao, the Minister of Justice, yesterday. Today we had Dr. Mike Atingego, the Governor. Yesterday we had Professor Augustus Nwagaba, the Deputy Governor, Bank of Uganda. We had PSST. We had senior colleagues like Professor Suruma. You've just heard from Honorable Galabuzi. And so many of us, we all tried to make a contribution over the last 2 days. And it was a high-powered delegation of presentations and sharings on this. I will highlight the summary of key. Sorry, before I got the summary, I note that first we started with the conference objective, which sought to achieve the following objectives. Number one, to enhance an appreciation of Musevenomics and its contribution to Uganda's economic development trajectory, to assess the relevance and applicability of Musevenomics principles in today's rapidly changing global environment, economic environment, and to develop actionable recommendations for accelerating Uganda's socio-economic transformation. So we are going to continue sharpening the recommendations and make sure they are sharp to reflect our intention. We noted that Musevenomics is basically built around 9 principles: awakening the sleeping giants, and that's the session we've just concluded; fostering value addition and industrialization, that's the session we did yesterday, and I was privileged to make the lead paper there. Lowering the cost of doing business, we also had a session on that. Land consolidation and tenure security, you had the points that General brought up in his presentation. Economic and political integration, and many others. So we had all these, and we noted that it was very difficult for us to go to the details of each of these in only 2 days. And we shall have more discussions going forward, as colleagues have highlighted, and Dr. Muhums has also invited us for another meeting. In terms of key messages, that we pick from here, that there has been a lot of contribution as a result of intervention under Musevenomics, and it has led socio-economic development in this country, and there has been a lot of successes on macroeconomic stability, high economic growth rates, increasing the stock and quality of physical infrastructure, human capital, wealth. However, we also recognize that there are some challenges that continued to persist, which we'll highlight as we go along. We also noted that it's a subject matter that is not fixed, it's dynamic, and follows pragmatic approach that integrates various political and economic ideologies. You heard from the presentation by Dr. Muhums trying to relate Musevenomics to Marxism, Adam Smith theories, and other neoclassical economists. We noted that there were serious distortions in the factors of production, especially land and labor, land, labor, capital, and entrepreneurship. That's why we've been talking about the cost of capital, land for development, and what we need to do. General even made specific proposals on how we can improve that, but also Engineer Chibuka made a presentation on how we can clean up these distortions in the land markets. We heard from the governor today that we need to deepen the financial sector in order to achieve the tenfold growth strategy, and he came up with specific recommendations on bonds, diaspora bonds, and others that we'll need to put in place as part of the financial sector deepening. He also pushed for FinTech to promote financial inclusion, and that needs to be scaled up. But we also got very good proposals to help improve the circles, the FinTech approach, and so on and so forth. We noted that privatization was good, and it had significant impact in a way of promoting private sector-led growth, but we also noted that we need to have a stronger regulatory framework in the same respect. We noted innovative, I had already talked about the innovative utilization of land that Engineer Chibuka talked about, the case of Namunkekera Rural Industrial Center. The offtake model as a key in driving structured and viable commodity value chain was discussed. You had an example of Uganda breweries. And then tax incentives are key in fostering underdeveloped agriculture value chains was also discussed in that respect. The vision of a modern and integrated and self-sustaining economy with wealth creation for ordinary citizens at its core was discussed, and that is the subject matter that heated us up to the end of the meeting today. We noted from the presentation from NPA by Dr. Sman that we need to address certain key costs: transport, electricity, ICT, finance, regulatory, and others. And this was presented and referred to as the 6 highs. We also deliberated on community mobilization, and offering strategic guidance to economic agents is critical. We also had a strong discussion on building a strategic mixed economy model as envisioned in the 10-point program. I think that's 1986, 10-point program, where the state and the private sector co-invest in enterprise development. I brought up the idea of the role of the state, or the role of development state, in my presentation yesterday. I will not go through all the achievements that were mentioned here, but there were achievements around macroeconomic stability, achievements around infrastructure expansion, achievements around coffee market reforms, and so on and so forth. We discussed and noted industrialization models, and Kapeka gave us a very good example where industrialization is rooted in local ownership, local value addition and agro-processing, growth of agro-processing farms like Nile breweries, which now sources inputs from Uganda, 35,000 plus Ugandans and farmers, and then the money that is plowed back. Best investments. I also mentioned that UDC and NSSF, we are working together to establish a national marketing company, but also the MD of NSSF told us of other social impact. You remember the 1%. Strategic policy, long-term planning, a shift towards household-centered economic planning and prioritization of cost of doing business, reforms through the 6 highs. I've already mentioned that, I think. Now, the challenges which have persisted, one is protecting and growing local capital. We realized that liberalization in the 90s allowed multinational capital to displace emerging local enterprise, especially in the banking and manufacturing. Uganda failed to build on its own, Samsung or Hyundai. And I think the point by the gentleman who spoke in Uganda here, but also the deputy governor yesterday was clear about the need for a domestic financial institution. Deepening financial markets remained a subject matter, so we are picking this up seriously as a matter for further discussion, but also a matter of to find solutions. Resolving land constraints, again you heard from General, he even proposed studies on Kampala, the land of Kampala, and who owns the land and stuff like that. So we'll follow up on this and make sure we get better understanding of this. Labor and skills alignment has been discussed even in the last session here. Regulation came out clearly, even Honorable Gerard Sendaola mentioned it for the case of coffee. But most important was equal treatment of local and international investors, but also support to SMEs. Mindset change came up as part of our discussion. We also noted factories are still operating at low capacity because of a market problem, so a market issue needs to be addressed. The national debt situation, this is again another topic that we agreed we are going to have further interrogation and discussion. A bloated civil service came in as well, that there is still more need to restructure and reform the civil service and increase their pay. Persistence of corruption also came up in the discussions. Volatility in the prices, again, and the need for a stabilization fund was also discussed, and these are some of the things we'll pick up in the financing model. Delayed payment of government debt to the suppliers and service providers came up very strongly, and then the unfavorable tax policies also came up very, very strongly. We'll share the detailed report, but in terms of key recommendations, the first recommendation was on strengthen and integrate national value chains, and there are quite a number of things there to do, and we'll discuss this, developing the value chains, investments like in cold storage and aggregation centers, de-risking upstream activities, and also raw materials to make sure that we don't have many white elephants. Recommendation number 2 was on market-led industrialization, engagement in the ESC and the African Free Continental Trade Area markets, addressing capacity underutilization, but also establishing the national marketing company. This we are on track to achieve. On strengthening infrastructure for industrial growth, we continue to say we need more parks, different types of parks. You heard from the PSST and the ATMs and how these parks are going to be constructed. Deploying public resources to the sectors or ecosystem with high economic returns was also discussed. Even the PSST highlighted the transport, the energy, and adaptable IT systems. Strengthening institutional and policy coordination actions to promote a whole government approach and a programmatic approach to industrialization, enhancing and enforcement of local content policies, product standards and trade facilitation, skilled workforce development. These are some of the issues. We are going to sharpen them as we go along. To promote technology innovation came up strongly, especially for our youth. Capitalize the Industrial and Economic Development Fund. This came from my earlier presentation yesterday. De-risk and unlock the factors of production. We had a case of land that came from General Saleh yesterday that I've talked about. I think I've talked about some of these things. So we've agreed that some areas require further discussions. We also agreed to tackle the 6 highs in the usual government approach. But some of these discussions require more time and engagement, like the cost of capital is a day on its own. Electricity, transport, ICT, and we had very many leaders of the sectors yesterday that made responses to some of these issues. Empower local enterprises, we had this discussion yesterday as well. Invest in institutional capability and policy follow-throughs, to follow through the roadmap that Professor Suruma talked about. Unlock long-term financial markets. I've talked about that already, and capitalization of development finance institutions also came out very strongly. UDC and UDB, but also to capitalize agriculture credit facility and small business recovery fund. So these are some of the issues that the team were able to capture very quickly. And as you saw, I wasn't typing or writing anything. So I would like us to recognize the team of rapporteurs seated. You should stand up for recognition. The team of rapporteurs that captured this very quickly. And I promise they will give you a more detailed report, and it will be shared with all of you so that you get to know what the final report looks like. And we'll continue to invite you for further engagements to make sure that there is an implementation agenda to this effect. On that note, may I call my friend and a big man. We used to be friends, now we are no longer, because he became much bigger, the Deputy Governor, Professor, to come and say a few words and close this meeting so that people can go for lunch. Professor, you are welcome.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. I think we need a big round of applause to ourselves. And before we do that, I just want to call one sister of ours here. Let us call one of our sisters here. She's becoming a Ugandan and she knows herself. I think she can come here on the podium and then we close the meeting. Our big sister here, she's called Her Excellency Lisa Chesney. He's our newest British High Commissioner to Uganda. We are most welcome to Uganda, and you can greet these people. These are the people you are going to work with. She's just here for 6 months, but I think you are not regretting. We have pineapples. We have the best pineapples in the world. We have the best fruits in the world. We are the only people with mountain gorillas in the world, 192 countries. So you can greet your people whom you are going to work with, and then I will close the meeting.
Thank you, Deputy Governor. Well, let me say then, if I'm becoming Ugandan, mwebale inyo for the great welcome that you for the welcome that you give me. I've learned 3 things in my 6 months in Uganda. Yes, the avocados and pineapples are absolutely the best in the world, and I'm telling everyone. I've learned never to trust when a boda is signalling. They're just not going to go in the direction you think they're in. That's my lesson learned. around. And I've also learned that a lot of time when people stand up to speak in Uganda, and they say, "Let me be brief," they are not. So I'm going to be brief. And I just want to say thank you. Thank you for letting me be here today. My team's been here since the start of yesterday. All these challenges around growth, around the economy, they're global right now. They take shape in different forms wherever you sit. But the key to me is collaboration, stimulation, and challenging ourselves. And I really respect how you're doing that. I'm listening and learning, and the UK will continue. We've got all sorts of exciting things happening, as the Deputy Governor knows, between the UK and Uganda about mutual growth, and we'll carry on doing the same. But thank you for letting me be part of today.
Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you so much. So ladies and gentlemen, we are very glad to be here to close this meeting. So I will be very, very brief. I don't want to stand between your lunch, but I just wanted to also tell Lisa that we also have the best borders. So, ladies and gentlemen, the subject matter which we have been addressing for 2 days, which my friend Patrick has explained, is that we have been talking about economics. Now, economics, in brief, we are dealing with a social science. I don't know those who remember. You remember that potassium, sodium, those who are in senior 1 and you are in chemistry class, you are not dodging. And you have not counted 9, that we are already going to get 9 and you are not bothering about science. Is that economics is a social science, it is not a natural science. Because you know that sodium and potassium, these are group 1, you remember, alkali metals. Sodium has got 11, if you remember in the periodic table, the atomic energy is 11, 1s2, 2s2, 2p6. You have potassium, which is also in group 1 and period 4, and it has 19. And when you mix these now with, for example, nitric acid, potassium will jump, and because of the higher ion component, and you will form potassium, if you remember, nitrate. Sodium will form potassium what? Nitrate. This is in the University of Harvard, it is in the University of China in Beijing, it is in the University of Bustema, it is in the University of Lira, it is in the University of Guru, it is in the University of Kaberamaido. Everybody knows that. Now what we are dealing with here is absolutely different from that. And that's what I want everybody to know. Here we are dealing with a social science. Economics is a social science. And it deals with very simple things. In economics, we deal with use of limited resources to satisfy unlimited needs. It is not unlimited wants or unlimited greed. The way Ugandans, you are just become greedy. There is no economics which will satisfy greedy people. The economics we all know is to satisfy unlimited. It is different from greed. Here, we are both from London School of Economics. You know that. Others from University of Cambridge. We have there what we call Keynesian economics. This is when the role of government is intervening to create this demand and then this supply of services. And then we have things like Chinomics, which is state capitalism, where now China is in the middle of American brutal capitalism, you see, predatory capitalism. And then in between, of course, Russia and the former communists. And they have what we call Chinomics, which is use of government corporations to do business, state capitalism. That's why you cannot compete with China now. Some of you are using predatory capitalism. And then you have something like normative economics, people like Todaro. These are type of economics which deals with, I do what you want me to do. I tell you what you want me to say.
And here in Uganda, we have normative politicians. You want me to tell you, oh, yes, sir, yes, sir, yes, sir. How are you going to know that you are doing something right or wrong? You don't talk normatively and build a country. A country is built on objectivity, on science, objectivity, verification, and something is verifiable, is objective, is therefore valid, and therefore it is scientific. Then you have other types of economics which are liberal economics, UK. Then some of us, political economists, the entire University of London and so on, and the University of London was the best university, was in the UK 2 days ago. Our University of London, we want to congratulate it, was the best university, especially the part of economics, best economics discipline taught in the world. These are liberal economists. For them, they are saying everybody is free to do things, sell your coffee, grow it, sell it the way you want to. You know the reason why. And we had a surplus budget. I think Honorable Senator was still here. In 2017, 2018, when the First World War was closing, we had the surplus budget. The issue, I was at the bridge, I was thrilled to see why did we have a surplus budget in financial year 2017, 2018. I went to our library. We have one of the biggest libraries in London, the British Library of Economic and Political Science, just at the London School of Economics, Portugal Street. The reason, just see one reason, where we had the surplus budget was that at that time, coffee was being introduced up those specific years, and the crops which were being sold, the extension services and the focus on quality of those products was the magic bullet that was bringing that surplus budget. So government was earning, the state colonial government was earning a lot of money in those crops because of emphasis on quality. So this conference, we want to emphasize quality. Tea is suffering not because of any, those of you who are think that there is international politics, international business, key instruments of global economic governance. There is no key instrument of global economic governance that is determining the price of tea. The price of tea has plummeted simply because of failure to pick the right, those two leaves, and you are picking the third one. And those who come from Chijura, from Bushenyi, you know the reasons why. As a result of that, you have failed to pick the right leaves, and the price of tea has plummeted. The price of tea has gone down to levels you can never, which are unprecedented. Just because of your failure to be good people, your bad manners, you have just decided to be bad-mannered, and you see the problems. So that the point number 2 is foreign direct investment. In the financial year 1985-86, foreign direct investment was negative. It was in negatives. There was nobody who was bringing money here. Currently, what the value of foreign direct investment? These are issues which they should have brought here, and people, nobody. If you think that foreign direct investment last year was not 3.8 billion, you come here, you just come here, and we speak English here. Just put up your hand and come here if you have a different figure. The money we earned from tourism in 2019, financial year 2018-19 was $1.7 billion. The money we earned from Kadamas, these girls who are in Oman, who are in Jordan, whom we are saying they shouldn't be there, they should remain here and get married at the age of 12 and so on, they bring here $900 million. If you have a different figure, come here, nobody is stopping you. No one is stopping you. Let's use data, and then we can see what you are saying and what other people are saying. Where did you study from, and where did others study from is not an issue. That's not an issue. That's not an issue. Whether you are in Namagunga, whether you are in Budo, whether you are in London, whether you studied in Kabale, what we want to know is that are you brilliant enough to demonstrate the issue using data? If you are, come. Just nobody stopping you. Come. So that you don't mislead these good people who are here. So that's what we want, that let's be a country that is driven by data, and some of us will have data which will be very, very important. For us at the Bank of Uganda, as we finish, we will have data. We have got a very strong monetary policy department. It is within our research and statistics department, directorate, and we have controlled inflation, for example. You need to recognize us. We have controlled inflation. Uganda is a country which has controlled macroeconomic stability, and there was it's a model. It's a model. Everybody comes to see how we do it. It's just a model. Inflation in the 1986 financial year 87 was 101%, just like the current one in Argentina recently, and Venezuela 437, Zimbabwe 6,086. I was from 161.1 to now 3.9. COA headline 3. So that when we are discussing, we discuss and inform the people, inform Ugandans, inform the world with the data. And some of us who are coming from the university, with a background from Makerere University and other universities, we love data. That's, for us, we are made of data. It is that which has made us what we are. It is not on lies, it is not on opinions, it is not on, we want to argue with you and we fight it out with the data. That's why this government loves evidence-based information. And for us in the Bank of Uganda, we are very glad my governor was here. In the morning he told you that we have money. He must have told you in the morning that we have quite significant amount of money, for example, in agricultural credit facility, which you need to make use of. And that money is in the central bank, but is managed by commercial banks. As you all know, a central bank doesn't deal with the people. It deals with commercial banks and government. So we have commercial banks which manage that money. We also have the Small Business Recovery Fund. We want you to come and use that money and make use of it, make your business. The reason why we have that agricultural credit facility, SCF, is that the interest rate is low. It's about 12%. The one in commercial banks is 18, sometimes 20. So we think that our interest rate is still low, relatively low. It doesn't demarketize the other ones, but it is very good for you to use. So we want to thank everybody who has turned up for this meeting, and many things have taken place. And we want to thank again our chairman, General Kerry Bakangwano, for putting this together and for mobilizing us and for thinking together with our team led by Edward and our sponsors, UDC, and others who have come together to have this intellectual debate. We thank Dr. Muumuza, who started this meeting with very thrilling presentation on Musevenomics and its origin. I've now described to you the different types of economics, and I've told you finally that as Ugandans, I want to end up also in Ruchiga Runyankole again. Then I can't finish without giving at least one proverb which my mother taught me. My mother tells me, my mother abachiga barya ni mwara w'abachimbiri. Yeah, ni mwara w'abachimbiri anakarukunjira w'aba professor Kagonyera. I think you should also have been a professor, because for me most of the things I know, like she contributed 70% through tacit knowledge. It's not I didn't study these things from London and the others. My mother contributed 70%. My mother tells you one thing, that do not fret because of evil men in Ruchiga, or be envious of those who do wrong. Like morning dew, they will wither. Like green grass, they will dry away. Do good. Any country which has developed has done good, you people. You got Singapore. Singapore is a country now where you all want to go. The way you see how they have done good. And everybody now in Singapore say, I'm a Singaporean, I love Singapore. Go to South Korea under General Park Changi with his daughter Park Geun-hye. Go to Malaysia under Badewa, and so on. These are countries which have had a type of economics which is economics built on goodness, economics built on nationalism. They're just like German economic solidarity. You want people to partake of what is due to them. But for you, the Africans, if you continue thinking that you are going to continue living on the savings of others, that you are going to continue thinking America and Britain and these other G7 countries are going to be the ones to pay for your medicine, we shall tell you where you will be 10 years to come. We are going still to be on the same level. Let us all do what you are supposed to do. Then government will do what the government is supposed to do. Just read my book. I put 8 things there. Nwagaba 8 model. You do 6 things there. Then the government will do only 2. Infrastructure, providing energy, hospitals. So that again, when the border is riding up the border, doesn't come home and then the guy is sick and then the other money is now uses to buy medicine, because that's now is working with reverse gear. So there are certain things which government does. There are also certain things which you must do as an individual. Government cannot do what you are supposed to do. Neither can you do government things which government must. Can you build a dam, for example? You can't build a dam. So government produces electricity, but it's not government produces electricity for you to do business and use that electricity. Not again for you sleeping and you are even leaving all lights there, because now you have electricity. So we thank you. We thank the media. We thank Mildred and my friend Charles. Thank you so much. We are going to ask you that you support the financial sector. Let me be very, very selfish. I'm representing the financial sector here. On the selfish note, we want a very sound financial system for Uganda. We want price stability. And once we have those two, we shall have foreign direct investment and domestic investment, and you cannot grow unless you have those two. So let's attract both domestic and foreign direct investment. For us, we are ready to provide you with the services from the central bank which you want, and we are determined to do that, and we have capacity to do that, and that's what we are doing already. And for us, don't let us down. This is a beautiful country. You have already been told it is a country where everybody wants to be, and don't be greedy. Have economics which is limited means of satisfying unlimited needs, and for us, we are going to do that if you help us. Thank you very much, people of God, and God bless you for God and our country. Charles, you are very far, you have missed.
All right, so I actually want to ask Her Excellency, is this the typical example of I will be brief? That is the classic case of I am going to be brief that Her Excellency talked about. But we want to say thank you very much to the Deputy Governor for those elaborate, brief closing remarks. I will stick to that. And I want to say a special thank you to everyone. I am actually amazed that Professor can still remember his periodic table well and how everything else came through. Some of us here, we ask ourselves what those subjects helped you do or become, right? You couldn't even be able to remember that. Who can name about 5 elements on the periodic table? If you do remember. Anyway, that's just tongue in cheek. I want to say thank you to each and every one of us for making time for the Musevenomics Conference 2025. We are glad, and we are sorry for unintentionally making you fast, but that is okay. That is very okay, that we will be able to do. So before I make the final announcements, we're going to do our lunch exactly in Kazinga Channel where we had our lunch yesterday, and we also still have coffee. When Mr. Katende Edward was saying, for those who want the coffee and continue the conversation and discussions that we were talking about, he was very serious about it. Since it's Friday, you know you'll be going to jam, so it's better you stay with us a little longer as the jam subsides. But allow me invite back our high table. Dr. Birunji, I want to have the Deputy Governor back. I want to have you, Your Excellency Lisa. We have PSFU, the Vice Chair of the Board. Mr. Mhumuza, I don't think you're going to stay. Mr. Katende and the entire organizing team, please, let's get here for a group photo. It is memorable. It's been 2 days of an impactful conversation that has not actually ended. It is going to continue all through. So I am also going to request all of us to come, just come up, and all the partners, let's come up and make sure that we have this beautiful photo. Feel free to come up so we can have it as, we can have one of the best photos here. Actually, after this very one, I am going to request the organizing team of this great event to actually come, of course led by the CEO of UDF, Mr. Katende. You had sleepless nights, but they have paid off. I want to believe that they have been able to pay off. I know that the organizing team is not all done, so I'm going to request all the members of the organizing team to come We still have some, and we can also be able to get to the back, so we make sure that we balance up. The entire organizing team, Mr. Katende, your team has to come here entirely, because I know just how much of sleepless nights you had to make sure that this day does come to pass. So I am not seeing Afanda Kweteiro here, and yet you've been moving up and down. Maybe he's already helping to ensure that we get our lunch served to the rapporteurs, to the media team, to each and everyone who did something to make sure that this conference does come to pass. We don't take it for granted. Thank you for your efforts. Thank you for spending the sleepless nights. Thank you for that you're already thinking about the ideas. Or maybe just a little bit to the paparazzi. We had a few more coming. Yeah, the ladies have come in. It were ladies and we couldn't make them run. Okay, I think that is it. We can now take the photo. It will be full. Yeah, Fanda Kweteiro, you need to run faster than that. I know during training you run even faster than that, because we are almost done with the picture. Eh? Hurry up, we are almost done with the picture. Please make sure that you get back. So ladies and gentlemen, I hope that you already have your coupons, and we'll be taking lunch in Kazinga channel. I don't know, Charles, if there is anything else that I could have forgotten that we need to be able to announce. Dr. Mohomes already told us, for those of us who want to continue